Hello beautiful people. Welcome to Arcane Paradox. In today's episode, we explore, what if Gringotts' inheritance ritual revealed Harry owned Hogwarts itself and he fired Dumbledore during welcoming feast in front of everyone. Hit like, subscribe, and join our community of story lovers. Let's begin. Chapter 1, The Vault Beneath Everything. The letter had come on a Tuesday. Harry remembered it perfectly, the exact weight of the envelope, the green ink, the way Dudley had looked at it like it might bite him. He remembered Uncle Vernon's face going through about 6 different colors before settling on a deep, dangerous purple. He remembered the way Aunt Petunia had gone very still at the kitchen counter, her back to all of them, her hands white-knuckled around a dish towel. He'd read it 4 times that night with a torch under his blanket. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He'd whispered the words so many times they'd stopped sounding like words at all. That had been a month ago. Now it was September 1st, and Harry was standing outside number 4, Privet Drive at 6:30 in the morning with a second-hand trunk, an owl he'd named Hedwig 3 days ago, and absolutely no idea how he was supposed to get to King's Cross. Hagrid had been clear enough about where to go. He'd been considerably less clear about how. He'd been trying to work that out when the owl arrived. Not Hedwig, a different bird entirely, a severe-looking eagle owl that dropped a rolled parchment onto his trunk and departed without waiting for a reply. Harry unrolled it, squinting in the early morning light. "Mr. Potter, your presence is requested at Gringotts Wizarding Bank, Diagon Alley, before you board the Hogwarts Express this morning. This is not optional. A mandatory inheritance audit has been triggered by your approaching magical majority and your acceptance of enrollment at Hogwarts. A representative will meet you at the Leaky Cauldron at 7 o'clock. This matter concerns your vaults, your accounts, and several items of significant legal and magical importance that have been held in trust since the death of your parents. Do not be late. Ragnarok, Director, Gringotts London Branch." Harry read it twice, looked at Hedwig, who blinked at him with considerable indifference, and then looked at his watch. 6:33. He grabbed his trunk and ran. The Leaky Cauldron was already busy at 7, which surprised Harry. He'd half expected the wizarding world to operate on some kind of genteel late-morning schedule. But the pub was thick with noise and the smell of something frying, witches and wizards in robes of every description talking over each other across sticky wooden tables. Nobody looked at him twice, which was its own kind of miracle after a lifetime of being stared at in Little Whinging. The goblin was waiting by the entrance to Diagon Alley, and he was not Griphook. Harry had met Griphook on his first visit, 3 weeks ago with Hagrid. This goblin was older, shorter, and looked at Harry with the kind of appraising attention that made Harry feel like he was being assessed for resale value. "Mr. Potter." It wasn't a greeting so much as a confirmation. "That's me," Harry said. "I am Sharpclaw, Director Ragnarok's personal assistant." The goblin looked him up and down once more. "You are on time. This is noted." He turned without further ceremony and led Harry through the archway into Diagon Alley, which at 7 in the morning was considerably quieter than Harry remembered, shopkeepers just opening, crates being levitated, a witch scrubbing her shop front window with a brush that moved on its own. "What's this about?" Harry asked, keeping pace with Sharpclaw's surprisingly rapid walk. The letter said inheritance audit. "It is somewhat more than that," Sharpclaw said. "The ritual was triggered automatically. We could not have prevented it even if we'd wished to." "Why would you wish to prevent it?" Sharpclaw glanced at him sideways. There was something in that look, something complicated, something that might almost have been respect if goblins did that sort of thing with 11-year-olds they'd just met. "Because, Mr. Potter, the last time Gringotts conducted a full inheritance audit for your family line, the results were politically inconvenient for a great many people." Harry wanted to ask what that meant. He didn't get the chance, because they'd arrived at the bank. Gringotts was even more impressive at 7 in the morning with no crowds to navigate. Harry's footsteps echoed in the marble hall. The goblins at their high desks barely glanced up, though Harry noticed 1 or 2 track him with their eyes as Sharpclaw led him not toward the main teller area but through a door to the side, a door Harry hadn't noticed on his first visit, set into the wall beside a carved stone relief of a goblin counting gold. The door opened into a corridor that sloped downward at a gentle angle, lit by torches that burned blue instead of orange. The air changed immediately, cooler, drier, old in a way Harry could feel in his teeth. "Where are we going?" he asked. "The ritual chamber," Sharpclaw said. "It is used perhaps once a decade. The last time was for the Longbottom estate audit, 12 years ago." "What happens in there?" "You will place your hand on a stone," Sharpclaw said, as if this were the most ordinary thing in the world. "The stone will read your blood. It will identify every magical bloodline you carry, every inheritance that is legally and magically yours by right of blood or conquest or compact. It will then produce a document, the inheritance scroll, which is legally binding under both Goblin law and the International Statute of Magical Inheritances." He paused. "After that, we will discuss what the scroll says." "And you already know what it's going to say?" Harry asked. "Otherwise why would the director send his personal assistant?" Sharpclaw stopped walking and looked up at Harry with that same complicated expression. "We have theories," he said. "We prefer not to discuss theories before the ritual confirms them. It is unprofessional." He turned and continued walking. "Also, some of our theories are quite alarming." Harry decided not to think too hard about that. The ritual chamber was a circular room, not large, carved entirely from black stone with veins of what looked like actual gold running through it. Runes covered every surface, the floor, the walls, the domed ceiling, in patterns that overlapped and intertwined until they stopped looking like writing and started looking like something alive. A single stone plinth stood in the center, waist-height, flat-topped. On top of it sat a bowl the size of Harry's palm, filled with something that wasn't quite liquid and wasn't quite light. Director Ragnarok was already there, standing at the far side of the room with two other goblins Harry didn't know. He was the oldest-looking goblin Harry had ever seen, which was saying something given that all goblins looked ancient to him. His eyes were sharp as filed steel. "Mr. Potter," he said. "Thank you for coming promptly." "Your letter said it wasn't optional," Harry said. Something that might have been amusement flickered across Ragnarok's face. "No. It was not." He gestured toward the plinth. "The ritual is simple. You place your right hand, palm down, over the bowl. The stone identifies your bloodlines. The scroll produces itself. The entire process takes perhaps 3 minutes. And then what?" "And then," Ragnarok said, "we have a conversation. Please, your hand." Harry crossed the room to the plinth and looked down at the bowl. Up close, the substance inside it was clearly neither liquid nor light but something that moved like both, slow, golden, warm. When he held his hand over it, he felt it before he touched it. Not heat, exactly. Recognition. Like the way a song sounds familiar before you remember where you've heard it. He pressed his palm down. The room exploded with light. Not dangerously, not like an attack, but brilliantly, suddenly, every rune on every surface blazing gold at once, the lines connecting and reconnecting in rapid flashing sequences like a conversation happening too fast to follow. Harry felt the warmth climb up his arm and spread through his chest, not unpleasant, more like stepping into sunlight after a long time in a cold room. He felt seen in a way he couldn't explain, catalogued and recognized by something ancient and utterly indifferent to his opinions about the matter. Then the scroll appeared. It simply materialized in the air above the bowl, unrolling itself, and it was long, much longer than Harry had expected, tumbling downward until the bottom of it nearly touched the floor. The golden text that covered it wrote itself as Harry watched, neat and precise and moving faster than any human hand could manage. After about 30 seconds, it stopped. Harry lifted his hand from the bowl. The runes on the walls dimmed back to their resting state. The room felt very quiet. Ragnarok crossed the room and took the scroll. He read it, really read it, taking his time, moving his eyes down the length of it with methodical care. His expression didn't change. This, Harry suspected, was what director-level composure looked like. Then he handed it to Sharpclaw. Sharpclaw read it. His expression didn't change either, but his knuckles went slightly white around the edges. He handed it to Harry. It was dense. Harry read it slowly, conscious of the goblins watching him and trying not to show it. The header read, "Complete inheritance audit for Harry James Potter, heir of the ancient and noble houses of Potter, Peveril, and Gryffindor." He stopped. "Read that again." "Gryffindor." He looked up at Ragnarok. "Gryffindor," he said. "As in, Godric Gryffindor," Ragnarok said. "Yes. Through your father's mother's line, which is considerably older and more complex than the records in the Hogwarts library would suggest. The Potter family name is relatively recent, Mr. Potter, no more than 6 generations. Before that, the line has other names. The bloodline itself is considerably older." He paused. "Continue reading." Harry read. The Potter vaults were straightforward enough, substantial, well-managed, described in figures that made Harry feel vaguely dizzy given that he'd grown up sleeping in a cupboard. The Peveril line added a separate vault and a list of magical artifacts that included several items Harry had never heard of and 1 or 2 he had. The scroll mentioned the Cloak of Invisibility with a small notation that read currently in the possession of APWB Dumbledore, held without formal authorization since 1981. Harry made a mental note about that and kept reading. Then he reached the bottom section. Gryffindor Bloodline Inheritance, Special Category, Institutional Sovereignty. He read it 3 times. When he looked up, his voice was very steady. "It says I own Hogwarts." "Own is perhaps a reductive term," Ragnarok said carefully. "The correct legal designation is Lord Paramount. Godric Gryffindor, as the primary architect and financier of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, retained permanent institutional sovereignty over the school in his bloodline compact with the other founders. This compact was not dissolved at his death, it passed, as he specified, to his direct bloodline in perpetuity. The other founders' bloodlines hold lesser seats on what the compact calls the Founders' Council, but the Gryffindor bloodline holds the paramount seat, which supersedes all other governance structures, including the Board of Governors and the Ministry of Education. The silence in the room was enormous. "So," Harry said slowly, "when the Board of Governors makes decisions about the school, they are operating in the absence of the Paramount Lord," Ragnarok said. "Their authority is entirely contingent on the vacancy of that seat. The moment you accept the title, their authority becomes advisory." "And the Headmaster?" "Dumbledore?" "The Headmaster is an administrative appointment," Ragnarok said. "Appointed historically by the Board of Governors in the absence of a Paramount Lord. With a Paramount Lord in residence," he spread his hands. "The appointment becomes yours to confirm or revoke." Harry sat with that for a moment. Outside this room, a world was continuing on without any awareness that it was about to change considerably. "Why didn't anyone know about this?" he asked. "The Gryffindor bloodline, the compact, why isn't this in the history books?" "It was," Sharpclaw said, speaking for the first time in a while. "Until approximately 200 years ago, the compact was well-documented wizarding law. But the Gryffindor direct line was thought to have ended in 1743 with the death of one Alara Griffin, who left no recorded heirs." He paused. "She did, in fact, leave an heir. A daughter who changed her name and emigrated. The records were obscured, not by accident." "Someone hid it deliberately," Harry said. "Several someones, over several generations," Ragnarok said. "We cannot say with certainty who or why. What we can say is that the compact itself is indestructible. Godric Gryffindor built it with magic that predates the Ministry, predates the Statute of Secrecy, predates most of what passes for governance in the modern wizarding world. It cannot be voided. It cannot be amended without the Paramount Lord's consent. It has simply been waiting." "Waiting for what?" "For the bloodline to produce an heir who both survived to enrollment age and actually enrolled in Hogwarts," Ragnarok said. "Your enrollment, your magical acceptance of a place at the school, is what triggered the audit. The compact recognized you. Harry looked back down at the scroll. At the bottom, beneath everything else, was a line he hadn't noticed before. It was written in a different ink, deeper gold, almost orange, and the letters had a different quality to them, older, more deliberate, like every stroke had been made by someone who was building something to last. Let the blood of Gryffindor be welcomed home. He stared at it for a long moment. Then he rolled the scroll carefully and held it against his chest. "What do I need to do?" he asked. "To formally accept the title." Ragnarok reached into his robes and produced a ring. It was old gold, heavy-looking, set with a dark red stone that had a lion's head cut into it in profile. Not flashy. Not decorative. Functional, in the way that something made to last 1,000 years is functional. "The Gryffindor Patriarch's ring," he said. "It has been in Gringotts' care since 1743. The moment you place it on your right hand, the compact activates. You will be recognized by Hogwarts Castle itself, the wards, the stones, the magic that Godric Gryffindor built into the foundations. The school will know you." "And Dumbledore?" Harry asked. "What does he know right now?" "Nothing," Ragnarok said. "Unless Gringotts informs him, and Gringotts, and here's something that was definitely not a smile crossed his ancient face, has not done so." Harry looked at the ring. He thought about Privet Drive. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs. He thought about 11 years of being made to feel small, and then one letter that said you are real and you belong somewhere, and then a month of discovering that even in the magical world, he was already somebody's carefully managed problem. Hagrid had meant well, Harry was sure of that, but he'd also only told Harry what someone had decided Harry should know. His vault at Gringotts, as it turned out, was considerably larger and more complicated than the one Hagrid had taken him to. The vaults Hagrid had taken him to, Vault 687, were the discretionary accounts. The main Potter estate was in a different vault entirely. Nobody had told him that. He wondered what else nobody had told him. He reached out and picked up the ring. It was warm before he touched it, which he'd half expected. He turned it in his fingers once, feeling the weight of it, the reality of it. The lion's head looked up at him, patient, waiting. He put it on. The effect was not dramatic in the way he might have imagined. No explosion of light this time, no rush of visible magic. What happened instead was quieter and, somehow, more profound. It was like someone had been whispering in the next room his entire life, just below the level of hearing, and then a door had opened and the voice was suddenly, clearly, intelligibly there. He couldn't make out words, not exactly, but he understood the feeling of it. Something vast and old and deeply satisfied recognized him, welcomed him, settled around him like a hand placed on his shoulder. The ring resized itself to fit his finger. Harry exhaled. "The castle knows you now," Ragnarok said quietly. "When you arrive tonight, it will know you before you set foot in the door." "Can I make changes to the school?" Harry asked. "Hire and fire, that kind of thing, can I actually do it, or is it just a title?" "The compact is quite specific," Ragnarok said. "Your authority within the school's walls is absolute, subject only to student welfare and educational law, and even those provisions come with considerable latitude. Outside the school, your title gives you a seat on the Wisengamot, access to the Founders' Council records, and authority over the school's relationship with the ministry." He paused. "Inside the school, Mr. Potter, if you chose to rearrange every classroom and paint the ceiling purple, there is technically no one with the legal standing to stop you." "I don't want to rearrange classrooms," Harry said. "No," Ragnarok agreed. "I didn't think you did." Harry looked down at the ring one more time. Then he looked up at the director of Gringotts, who had been running one of the oldest financial institutions in the wizarding world for longer than most wizards had been alive, and who was currently looking at him with something that, in another creature, Harry might have described as hope. "Who else knows about the compact?" Harry asked. "I mean, who's likely to know?" "Dumbledore is a formidable scholar," Ragnarok said. It is possible he has encountered references to it in his research over the years. Whether he knew the Gryffindor bloodline still existed, he stopped. We cannot say. But he's been managing things as if it doesn't, Harry said. For 30 years, Sharpclaw said. Yes. Harry nodded slowly. Something was settling in him, not anger, not quite. Something colder and more deliberate than anger. A clarity. I need to understand everything about this before tonight, he said. The full scope of my authority, the exact legal language of the compact, what I can do in my first hour at the school and what I should probably wait on. I need to know all of it. Ragnock studied him for a moment. Then he pulled out a chair at the room's only table, which Harry hadn't noticed before, and sat down. Then sit down, Lord Potter, he said. We have 2 hours before your train. Harry sat. The next 2 hours were the most education Harry had ever received in one sitting. Ragnock laid it out cleanly and without condescension, the history of the Founders' Compact, the legal structure of the Lord Paramount's authority, the specific mechanisms by which that authority was exercised. There were forms to sign. Harry signed them, reading each one carefully, which seemed to mildly surprise the goblins. There were transfers to authorize. The main Potter estate moved into his full control, along with the Peveril holdings and a third vault that turned out to be the Gryffindor institutional account, which had been accumulating compound interest for 283 years and contained a figure Harry had to count the digits of twice. He also, quietly, and without making a particular production of it, authorized the retrieval of the invisibility cloak from Dumbledore's possession. He'll notice it's gone, Sharpclaw said. Good, Harry said. He authorized several other things. A review of the Hogwarts accounts, which Gringotts administered separately from any headmaster's discretionary funds. It turned out there was a headmaster's discretionary account that had been drawing from the school's educational budget every year for 30 years at a rate that was, at minimum, irregular. Harry didn't say anything about it yet. He filed it away. At 9:15, he stood up, shook Ragnock's hand. The goblin looked briefly startled, then composed, and walked back out through the Blue Torch corridor and into Gringotts' main hall. He walked out into Diagon Alley and stood in the morning sunlight, which was coming at a low angle now and catching the gold trim on every shop front, and he thought about the school he was going to tonight. The school he'd been imagining for a month as a place of escape, of belonging. It was still those things, he hadn't stopped wanting them. But it was something else now too. It was his. Not in the way possessions were yours. In the way that responsibility was yours. In the way that something old and important had looked at every person in its bloodline and decided to wait for him. He had 2 hours before he needed to be at King's Cross. He went to Flourish and Blots and bought 6 additional books that hadn't been on the school list: The Architecture of the Founders, A Structural History by Bertram Highcastle, Magical Law and Institutional Sovereignty by Perpetua Grimshaw, A Comprehensive History of Wizarding Governance 900-1800, and 3 others that the somewhat bewildered shop assistant helped him locate after he described what he was looking for. He paid from his new account without blinking. Bought a second, proper trunk, the kind with multiple compartments and an expansion charm, and transferred everything into it. Then he got a proper breakfast at the Leaky Cauldron, because he hadn't eaten yet and he'd decided that from this point on, he was going to do things properly. King's Cross was mayhem in the best possible way. Harry had worried about finding platform 9 3/4, but as it turned out, all he had to do was follow a family pushing trolleys loaded with trunks and cages, a red-haired family, at least 6 children by the look of it, moving with the practiced confidence of people who did this every year. He fell in behind them at a reasonable distance, watched a round-faced boy walk straight through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 without hesitation, and followed. The Hogwarts Express was magnificent. He stood there for just a moment on the other side of the barrier, taking it in, the scarlet engine breathing great gusts of steam, the long chain of carriages, the crowd of students and families on the platform in robes and ordinary clothes, owls and cats and toads in every direction. The smell of coal smoke and autumn and something indefinably magical. He found an empty compartment and loaded his trunk, got Hedwig settled, and had precisely 30 seconds to himself before the door slid open and a girl with an enormous quantity of bushy brown hair looked in and said, "Have you seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's lost one." "Haven't," Harry said. "Sorry." She looked at him with bright, assessing eyes. "You're Harry Potter." "You're the first person to say that like it's a fact instead of a gasp," Harry said. Something shifted in her expression, a small recalibration. "I'm Hermione Granger," she said. "I've read all the set texts and several supplementary ones. Are you prepared for classes?" "I'm getting there," Harry said, and he meant it more specifically than she could possibly know. She nodded, seemed on the verge of leaving, then paused. "You're not nervous," she said. It was an observation, not quite an accusation. "Should I be?" She seemed to consider this seriously. "Most people are," she said. "On their first day. New place, new rules, everything unfamiliar." "I like new things," Harry said. "New things are usually an improvement on old things, in my experience." She looked at him a moment longer, then nodded again and disappeared in search of Neville's toad. Harry watched the door slide shut. He turned back to the window. The platform was still busy with last-minute goodbyes, people hanging out of windows, mothers calling things after departing children. Normal. Ordinary. Sweet, even, in a way that made something in Harry's chest feel warm and a little sad at the same time. The door opened again. This time it was a boy with red hair and a smear of something on his nose who put his head in and said, "Anyone in here?" "Everywhere else is full." "Come in," Harry said. "I'm Harry." "Ron," the boy said, hauling himself in and dragging a battered trunk after him. "Ron Weasley." He looked at Harry's forehead, not at the scar, exactly, but in the vicinity, and then deliberately looked away, which Harry appreciated more than a stare would have. "Weasley," Harry said. "There are a lot of you, it looked like." Ron made a face that was mostly fond and partly suffering. "6 siblings," he said. "I'm the 6th. It's a lot of hand-me-downs." He said it without particular bitterness, just as fact. "What do you know about Hogwarts?" Harry asked. "You've had family there before." "Brothers and my sister's going next year," Ron said, settling in. "Fred and George are there now, 5th years. Bill and Charlie have already graduated. Percy's a prefect." He made the face again at the last one. "What do you want to know?" "Everything," Harry said. "Start with the teachers." Ron blinked, then grinned. "All right. McGonagall's head of Gryffindor, strict but fair. Flitwick for charms, tiny but brilliant. Snape for potions, everyone says he's awful, but my brothers say he's actually good at the subject, just nasty." He counted on his fingers. "Sprout for herbology, she's supposed to be nice. Defense against the dark arts is a new teacher every year, nobody knows why. And Dumbledore's the headmaster." He said the last one with the particular reverence that Harry had already noticed attached to that name. "Greatest wizard alive, according to basically everyone." Harry nodded, watching the platform slide away as the train began to move. "What do people say about him?" "Dumbledore?" Ron shrugged. "He's brilliant, he defeated Grindelwald, he could have been Minister for Magic but didn't want to be. Everyone trusts him completely. My parents basically worship him." He paused. "Why?" "Just curious about the place," Harry said. Ron watched him for a moment with the kind of perceptive look that his easy, casual manner slightly concealed. "You're not what I expected," he said finally. "People talk about you like, I don't know. Like you're going to be either really famous and full of yourself, or sort of tragic and damaged." "Which do I seem like?" Harry asked. Ron tilted his head. "Neither, really," he said. "You seem like you're thinking about something." "I usually am," Harry said. The countryside opened up outside the window, green and golden brown, the city falling away behind them. Hedwig ruffled her feathers in her cage. From down the corridor came the distant sound of someone's radio playing a Quidditch commentary. Harry reached into his bag and pulled out Magical Law and Institutional Sovereignty and started reading. Ron watched him for a second. "Most people bring sweets from the trolley," he said. "Or play Exploding Snap." "I'll do that too," Harry said, without looking up. "But this is important." "What is it?" Harry held up the cover. Ron read the title and raised his eyebrows. "Bit heavy for the train," he said. "Bit heavy for an 11-year-old, probably," Harry agreed. "But here we are." Ron considered that for a moment. Then he leaned over to look at the page Harry had open, wrinkled his nose at the density of the text, and said, "Right. You're going to be interesting, aren't you?" Harry smiled without quite looking up. "Probably," he said. Outside, Scotland was beginning. The hills were getting bigger, greener, older looking. Somewhere ahead of them, past the lengthening afternoon and the dinner trolley and the changing into robes and the fading light, a school was waiting that had stood for 1,000 years and was about to have its first Lord Paramount in residence in 3 centuries. Harry turned a page. The ring on his finger was warm. The boats were not what Harry had expected. He'd imagined something functional, flat-bottomed, sturdy, perhaps enchanted to row themselves. What he hadn't expected was the way Hogwarts appeared. It came around a cliff on the lake, which itself was enormous and black in the darkness, stars reflecting off it in a way that made it hard to tell where the water ended and the sky began, and the first sight of it was frankly overwhelming. Towers. Turrets. Windows blazing with light against the darkened stone, dozens of them, hundreds of them, climbing against the sky in a profile that had no geometric logic and didn't need any because it was real and it had been real for 1,000 years and there it stood. Harry had been told about it. He'd read about it. He'd seen it on a chocolate frog card with a moving painting of it. None of that was the same as this. He heard the boy in the next boat, the round-faced one who'd lost his toad, Neville, sitting next to Hermione who had apparently found him and his toad both, make a small, overwhelmed sound. He understood the feeling completely. But here was the thing that nobody else in these boats was experiencing, that Harry had no words for and wouldn't have said out loud anyway. The castle knew him. Not in a metaphorical sense. Not in the sense of home that people used to describe places they loved. It knew him the way another person knows you, with recognition, with something behind the eyes, with a response that was unmistakably directed. As the boat moved closer, he felt it intensify, the quiet voice from the ring becoming clearer, warmer, more certain. The stones. The wards. The deep, deep magic that Godric Gryffindor had built into the foundations 900 years ago and that had been waiting, patiently, the way only things that don't need to breathe can wait. "There you are," it said, in no language at all. Harry straightened in the boat. His shoulders dropped, the tension he'd been carrying all day, the coiled preparedness of someone who's been managing the implications of enormous information, releasing slightly. Not disappearing. Just settling. He was here. He was recognized. The boats touched the underground dock and Hagrid boomed at them to leave their things, and they climbed up through a passage in the rock and up a flight of stairs and then out into the fresh night air in front of the castle's great oak doors. Hagrid raised his fist and knocked 3 times. The doors swung open. And Professor McGonagall was waiting inside, watching them all come in with sharp dark eyes and a straight spine that radiated authority in a way Harry found himself instinctively respecting. She was dressed in dark emerald green robes, her hair pinned back severely, her expression the carefully composed neutral of someone who has done this many times and still takes it seriously. Her eyes passed over the group of first years, assessing, professional, and then landed on Harry. Something flickered there. Not surprise, she'd been expecting him, obviously. But something more complex. A small, involuntary tension in her jaw that disappeared almost immediately. She knew, Harry realized. She didn't know everything, she didn't know what he'd done at Gringotts this morning, couldn't possibly, but she knew who she was looking at. She'd known Lily and James. She'd known him as a baby, probably, in that other life before everything had changed. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said, to all of them. "I am Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. In a few minutes, you will be sorted into your houses." She walked them through it, the traditions, the importance of house points, the expectation of conduct. Harry listened, watching her, and when her eyes came back to him during the explanation he didn't look away. She looked away first. In the entrance hall, waiting with the other students, Harry heard Ron whisper, "Ghosts," urgently behind him and turned to see a dozen or so transparent figures drifting through the hall, real, entirely real, chattering to each other and occasionally passing through students who yelped. One of them, a rather grand-looking ghost with a ruff around his neck, was declaiming to anyone who would listen. Another, a plump, jovial monk-type ghost, seemed to be telling someone's fortune. Harry watched them with genuine interest. They were old. Some of them had probably been here since the beginning. He wondered what they'd think of what was about to happen. Professor McGonagall returned and led them through a door and down a corridor toward the Great Hall, and through the door Harry could hear the low rumble of hundreds of older students already gathered, the clink of cutlery and the flicker of thousands of candles. The noise of a school at its annual beginning, anticipation and reunion and the particular restless energy of a community gathered after a long separation. He was about to walk into that room as someone very different from the boy most of them were expecting. Harry checked the ring once, quickly, out of habit. It sat solid and warm on his finger. He walked in. The Great Hall was exactly as extraordinary as he'd expected and also exactly as ordinary. Extraordinary because of the ceiling, bewitched to reflect the actual night sky outside, real stars above them, a few wisps of actual cloud moving in a slow drift, and the floating candles, and the sheer scale of 4 long house tables stretching the length of the hall. Ordinary because the 100-and-something students sitting at those tables were just kids, turning to look at the first years the way Harry had always looked at the new kids in primary school, curious and sometimes kind and sometimes not, all of them trying to work out who was who. He walked in with the others, in the line behind McGonagall, and heard the specific change in the quality of the noise that happened when someone in the Gryffindor section said, "That's Harry Potter," loud enough for the people around them to hear. He kept walking, kept his face neutral, watched the teacher's table at the head of the hall. He found Dumbledore immediately. He'd seen paintings. The paintings had captured the surface, the silver beard, the half-moon spectacles, the purple robes, but not the weight of the man. Albus Dumbledore sat in the center of the teacher's table like a fact of nature, comfortable in the way that very powerful people were comfortable, occupying space with the assurance of someone who had never once seriously questioned whether they belonged in a room. His eyes, behind those spectacles, were blue and sharp and warm simultaneously, and as the first years filed in they found Harry immediately. And stopped. Harry met his gaze. Held it. Didn't smile. Dumbledore's expression was composed and welcoming and, just for a fraction of a second, a sliver of a moment that most people would never have caught, uncertain. Harry filed that away and looked away first this time, deliberately, returning his attention to the hall because it was his hall and he wanted to see it. The Sorting Hat delivered its song, which was genuinely impressive. Harry had not expected a hat to have that kind of range, and the sorting began. Hermione Granger went to Gryffindor with an expression of barely suppressed triumph. Neville Longbottom went to Gryffindor with an expression of relieved astonishment. Ron Weasley went to Gryffindor to the whooping approval of what was evidently an extensive Weasley family presence in the older years. Then McGonagall said, "Potter, Harry." And the hall went absolutely still. He walked up to the stool and sat down. The Sorting Hat was placed on his head and dropped over his eyes, and in the sudden darkness a dry, ancient voice said directly into his brain, "Well, well, well. Now this is something I haven't seen in a very long time. You know about the compact?" Harry thought. "I was made by the founders. I know everything they knew." There was something that wasn't quite amusement in the voice, something warmer and older. "Hello, young lord. It has been quite some time. Where should I go?" "Where do you think you should go?" Harry thought about it. Gryffindor. But not because I'm supposed to. Because it's mine, and I want to understand it from the inside. Spoken like someone who inherited a great deal of strategic intelligence along with everything else. A pause. Gryffindor. The table to his left erupted. He removed the hat, handed it back to McGonagall, who was watching him with that same complex expression, and walked to the Gryffindor table and sat down. The feast appeared. He ate, talked with Ron and Hermione and Neville, listened to the Great Hall doing what Great Halls did, filling with food and conversation and the specific social architecture of school. Percy Weasley introduced himself with prefect energy and was good-natured enough about it. Fred and George Weasley arrived from further down the table to give Ron a hard time about something, noticed Harry, and introduced themselves with exactly the right amount of irreverence. He was, against all reasonable expectation, having a nice time. And then the feast ended. The plates cleared themselves, and Dumbledore rose, and the hall quieted with the particular speed of people who were used to listening when that person spoke. Harry stood up. Not loudly. Not dramatically. He just stood up, at the Gryffindor table, and in the quieting hall the movement drew eyes immediately. A first year standing up during the headmaster's traditional address was simply not something that happened. Ron stopped mid-reach for his pumpkin juice. Hermione made a very small, strangled noise. Down the table, Fred and George looked at each other with identical expressions of delighted anticipation. Dumbledore paused. He looked at Harry. Harry looked at him. "Good evening," Harry said, to the hall. His voice was clear and carried well, which surprised him slightly. He'd never had much cause to test it. "I'm sorry to interrupt. But there's something that needs to be addressed before the start of term notices." The silence was absolute. 400 and something students and 36 staff, all staring at an 11-year-old standing at the Gryffindor table. "My name is Harry Potter," he said. "And this morning, at Gringotts Wizarding Bank, I completed an inheritance audit that revealed something important about Hogwarts." He reached into his pocket and removed the inheritance scroll, which he'd brought from Gringotts, and which was now neatly re-rolled and tied. He didn't unfurl it, just held it. It turns out that Godric Gryffindor built a founder's compact into the school's foundations when Hogwarts was first established. That compact grants permanent institutional sovereignty to his direct bloodline. I am the last member of Godric Gryffindor's direct bloodline. He held up his right hand. The ring caught the candlelight. This was confirmed by Gringotts this morning. I am the Lord Paramount of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The hall made a sound like a wave breaking, a collective exhale, a surge of whispered noise that lasted about 4 seconds and then cut off as people realized they wanted to hear what came next. Harry looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore was very still. His expression had not shattered into shock, he was too controlled for that, but something had changed in it. The composed warmth was still there, but beneath it something was working, reassessing, moving. He was, Harry realized, the most dangerous kind of opponent, someone who did their best thinking under pressure. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said, and his voice was steady, and he was very aware of the weight of 400 pairs of eyes. "Thank you for your years of service to this school. Genuinely, the record of what you've accomplished here is impressive, and I mean that. But the position of headmaster is an administrative appointment, and that appointment now falls under my authority as Lord Paramount. Effective tonight, your appointment as headmaster of Hogwarts is revoked." The silence after that was a different kind of silence altogether. Complete. Stunned. Somewhere between a held breath and a stopped heart. Dumbledore looked at him across the length of the Great Hall, and for a moment, just a moment, Harry saw something that wasn't composure or calculation or even dignity. He saw surprise. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said, and his voice was still remarkable, still warm and measured and carrying the weight of enormous authority, "perhaps we might discuss." "There's nothing to discuss tonight," Harry said, not unkindly. "The legal documentation is from Gringotts. It's binding under the International Statute of Magical Inheritances. The castle recognizes my authority, it has since I put this ring on this morning. He paused. You're welcome to remain on the grounds tonight, of course. And I'd very much like to meet with you tomorrow, if you're willing. There's a great deal I want to understand about how this school has been run. But the role of headmaster is no longer yours. I'm sorry. He sat down. The great hall remained frozen for another 3 full seconds. Then, from somewhere in the middle of the Hufflepuff table, someone started to clap. Slow, deliberate, not mocking, just acknowledging something real. A Ravenclaw prefect joined in. Then half the Gryffindor table, building into something that wasn't quite applause and wasn't quite chaos but was the sound of a room full of people realizing that something had just happened that they were going to be talking about for a very long time. Ron Weasley was staring at Harry with an expression that encompassed awe, alarm, and the dawning recognition that his first day at Hogwarts was going to be considerably more interesting than his brothers had suggested. Harry reached for his pumpkin juice. His hand was completely steady. Chapter 2, The boy who owned the school. The Great Hall didn't really recover that night. Oh, it tried. Dumbledore sat back down with the particular grace of someone who had survived a great many unexpected things and intended to survive this one too. Professor McGonagall's face had gone through something extraordinary, a rapid sequence of emotions that resolved, after about 10 seconds, into a careful, professional blankness that Harry suspected was costing her considerable effort. Professor Quirrell, at the far end of the teacher's table, had knocked over his goblet, which nobody seemed to find particularly significant at the time. The start of term notices happened anyway. Someone read them, McGonagall, stepping in with the smooth efficiency of someone who had been the real engine of this school's administration for 20 years, but nobody was really listening. 400 students were doing what people in a state of collective shock always did, talking to the person next to them in urgent, low voices, glancing repeatedly at the Gryffindor table, glancing at Dumbledore, glancing back at Harry. Harry ate his pudding. You could have warned me, Ron said. He'd been saying variations of this for about 10 minutes, in between staring at Harry with an expression of profound recalibration. I didn't decide until I was on the train, Harry said, which was mostly true. You decided to fire Dumbledore on the train? I decided when to do it, Harry said. Not whether. Hermione had not said anything since Harry had sat back down. This was, Harry was beginning to understand, not her normal state. She was sitting very straight, her pudding untouched, working through something internally with the focused intensity of someone diffusing a complicated mechanism. The Founders' Compact, she said finally. Yes. Gringotts confirmed it. This morning. She looked at the ring. And the castle, you said the castle recognizes your authority. What does that actually mean in practice? Specifically? That's what I'm planning to find out, Harry said. The Board of Governors, she said, picking up speed now, her brain apparently having finished its initial processing and shifted into strategic mode. They'll push back. The Ministry might as well. And Dumbledore, he's not just going to leave, Harry. He has 30 years of institutional relationships and political capital and people who, she stopped. You planned for this. I spent 2 hours with the director of Gringotts this morning, Harry said. Yes. She stared at him. You're 11. Nearly 12, Harry said. And so are you, and you're already thinking about the Board of Governors, so perhaps we can skip the part where we're surprised at each other. Something shifted in Hermione's expression. The alarm was still there, and the instinctive institutional loyalty of someone who had, prior to today, trusted that structures in general existed for good reasons. But underneath it, something else was opening, curiosity, maybe. The beginning of a question she hadn't known she wanted to ask. Was he bad, she said, more quietly. Dumbledore. Was he doing something wrong? Harry considered the question seriously, because it deserved seriousness. I don't think he's cruel, he said. I think he's managing things. I think he's been managing things for a very long time, and the things he's been managing include me, and I'd prefer to manage myself. He paused. I also found some accounting irregularities in the school's budget, but that's a separate conversation. Hermione made a sound that was not quite a word. Accounting irregularities, Ron repeated slowly. He'd been listening to this exchange with his head going back and forth like a Muggle tennis match. You found accounting irregularities. Today. Before you even arrived. Gringotts administers the school's finances, Harry said. Ragnarok was very thorough. Ron put his elbows on the table and his face in his hands. My mum is going to have about 17 opinions about this, he said, muffled. Probably, Harry agreed. Do you think she'll tell me them in a letter or come in person? Ron looked up. Despite everything, despite the obvious tangle of loyalty and surprise and the slight terror of someone who just watched an 11-year-old friend blow up their entire concept of how the world worked, he was grinning. He couldn't entirely help it. In person, he said. Definitely in person. She'll want to look you in the eye. Good, Harry said. I'd like to meet her. At the teacher's table, Dumbledore had been having a quiet conversation with McGonagall that Harry couldn't hear and didn't try to. He looked, at this distance, entirely composed. Thoughtful, even. The expression of a man considering a problem, not a man who had been defeated. Harry noted that carefully. When the hall began to empty, prefects standing, students gathering, the normal machinery of the end-of-feast beginning to move, McGonagall appeared at Harry's elbow with the silent efficiency of a cat materializing from shadow. Mr. Potter, she said. A word. Harry stood. Of course, Professor. She led him a few steps away from the stream of students filing out, close to the wall, and looked at him with those sharp dark eyes that missed nothing. Up close, Harry could see the lines of her face, the history in them, the decades of care for this school and these students and this institution. The ring is genuine, she said. It wasn't a question. Yes. Gringotts confirmed the bloodline and the compact. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. I knew your mother and father, she said. Your father was one of the finest students I ever taught. Your mother was arguably the finest witch of her generation. She paused. They would be extraordinary people to live up to. I'm not trying to live up to them, Harry said. I'm trying to work out who I am. McGonagall looked at him for a long moment. The castle, she said slowly. You said it recognizes you. Since I put the ring on this morning, Harry said. He hesitated, then decided honesty was the better tool. I can feel it, Professor. Not dramatically, it's quiet. But it's there. It recognized me before the boats reached the dock. She was quiet again. She had the quality of someone who made decisions carefully and then lived with them completely, not impulsive, but also not avoidant. I have served this school faithfully for 39 years, she said. Under 3 headmasters. I believe in this institution deeply. I believe in its purpose. She looked at him. I also believe in the rule of law, magical and otherwise. If the compact is genuine, and I will be verifying that myself, Mr. Potter, through sources I trust, then your authority is legitimate. A pause. What is it you intend to do with it? Make the school better, Harry said simply. Run it properly. Protect the students. He met her eyes. I'm going to need help from people who know it well. I'm asking you, formally, to stay as deputy headmistress. And to advise me. McGonagall's expression did something complicated and quickly controlled. You are asking me to help you manage a school while simultaneously being a first-year student in it. Yes. That is an unprecedented situation. Yes. You appear utterly unbothered by that. I'm quite bothered by it, internally, Harry said. I'm choosing not to let that stop me. Something moved in McGonagall's eyes, something that might have been, if you caught it at exactly the right angle, respect. I will verify the compact, she said. And then we will talk. She turned, stopped, looked back at him. "The castle knows you," she said, less like a statement and more like she was testing the words. Trying to understand them. "It does," Harry said. She nodded once, with the decisive quality of someone filing something important. Then she disappeared into the stream of students, robes sweeping, posture impeccable. Harry turned to find Neville Longbottom standing 3 feet away, clearly having waited, patiently, quietly, for the conversation to end. His round face was serious in a way that made him look older. "That was real," Neville said. "What you did. It was real." "Yes," Harry said. Neville looked at the ring for a second. "My Gran's going to say it's about time someone shook things up," he said. "She's been saying for years that Dumbledore lets things slide that shouldn't slide." He paused. "I don't know if she's right. But she says it." "What do you think?" Harry asked. Neville seemed surprised to be asked. I think Hogwarts should feel safe," he said carefully. "And sometimes it doesn't. I've heard things from my older cousins. Things that happen in certain classes, or in the corridors. Things that teachers see and don't say anything about." He shrugged, almost apologetically. "I don't know if that's Dumbledore's fault." "It might not be," Harry said. "Or it might be that the people in charge of a place set the tone whether they mean to or not." He looked toward the door, where the last of the students were filing out. "Walk with me." They joined the stream of Gryffindors following Percy toward Gryffindor Tower, and Harry walked with Ron on one side and Neville on the other, with Hermione slightly ahead and slightly behind simultaneously, which seemed to be her natural position in any group, orbiting. He thought about what he'd said to Neville. The people in charge set the tone. That was true, and it meant something specific for him. He was in charge now, at least in the sense that mattered under the compact. And the things he'd discovered today, the accounting, the cloak, the way his own inheritance had been managed without his knowledge, suggested that the tone that had been set here, over 30 years, was one he needed to understand before he could change. Gryffindor Tower was exactly what he'd expected, which was to say it was warm and red and comfortably chaotic, and it felt, immediately, like somewhere people were supposed to be happy. The common room crackled with firelight and filled rapidly with students dropping into armchairs and on rugs, the older years greeting each other with the boisterous affection of people reunited after a summer. The first years clustered slightly awkwardly near the portrait hole entrance. Percy read them their welcome speech about house rules and curfews with considerable seriousness. Fred and George, from across the room, made a synchronized face at this, which made several people laugh. Then Percy ushered the first-year girls toward one staircase and the boys toward the other, and Harry followed his year-mates up to a circular dormitory room with 5 four-poster beds and a window that showed the grounds, black and star-scattered and vast. The 5 boys sorted themselves. Ron took the bed nearest the window, Neville took the one closest to the door, Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan immediately began a spirited argument about Quidditch that would apparently be ongoing for the foreseeable future. Harry took the bed in the middle, which nobody else had taken, which suited him fine. He sat on the edge of it for a moment after the others had settled into unpacking and talking, and Seamus attempted to magically enhance his candlelight and produced a small explosion. Harry was quiet, and nobody bothered him about it, and he appreciated that. He took out the books from Gringotts and the inheritance scroll and laid them on the bed beside him. He'd been processing all day, the ritual, Ragnarok's explanations, the ring, the train, the sorting, the feast, the look on Dumbledore's face when he'd stood up. He needed to sit with all of it and let it organize itself. One thing kept surfacing. The accounting irregularities. They weren't enormous, not by the standards of a school that managed a substantial budget. But they were consistent. A headmaster's discretionary account that drew funds from the educational budget every year for 30 years, used for purposes that weren't itemized in the standard fashion. Some of those expenditures had obvious explanations, special resources, security upgrades, emergency provisions. But some of them didn't, and the ones that didn't followed a pattern that Ragnarok had pointed out without comment, leaving Harry to draw his own conclusions. They corresponded, in timing and amount, to certain years that Harry now understood were significant in ways he hadn't known this morning. The years around Voldemort's rise. The years after Voldemort's fall. Payments to parties that weren't named in the ledger, which was itself irregular. He didn't know what they meant yet. But he'd learned, in his 2 hours with Ragnarok, that in matters of institutional governance, the money always told you something. He put the scroll away and took out the architecture of the founders and read for another hour, long after Ron's breathing had evened out and Seamus had stopped making small alarmed sounds about his candle and Dean had fallen asleep mid-sentence, until the castle felt quiet around him in the specific way that large old buildings get quiet late at night, like they're paying attention. Harry closed the book, turned off his light, and lay in the dark. The ring was warm against his finger. He slept. Morning came fast and bright, September light flooding through the window and onto 5 beds of varying degrees of occupancy. Seamus was already up and had apparently attempted to make his bed using magic, with results that suggested a talented but imprecise approach. Ron was deeply asleep with his arm hanging off the mattress. Neville was feeding Trevor the toad with the serious focus of someone who had learned, through hard experience, that Trevor's continued presence required active management. Harry was already dressed. He'd been up for 40 minutes. He'd washed, dressed, made his bed with the precision of someone who'd been making his own bed since age 5 because the alternative was worse, and written 2 letters, one to Ragnarok at Gringotts confirming certain authorizations they'd discussed the previous morning, and one to Madame Marchbanks at the Wizarding Examinations Authority, which was a longer shot but which Ragnarok had suggested as a potentially useful contact if Harry needed an independent legal assessment of the compact that didn't come from Gringotts or the Ministry. He was reading when Ron woke up. Ron blinked at him. "You've been up since 6. Why?" "Because there's a lot to do," Harry said. "Come on. I want to get to the Great Hall before most people." "Why?" Ron said again, but he was already swinging his legs over the side of the bed. "Because I want to see what Dumbledore does this morning," Harry said. "And I'd rather do it from a position of having eaten." They collected Hermione at the bottom of the stairs. She, apparently, had also been up since 6, which she and Harry acknowledged with the mutual recognition of people who have found an unexpected similarity, and the 3 of them made their way to the Great Hall ahead of most of their year. Dumbledore was not at breakfast. This was the first thing Harry noticed. The teacher's table had its usual complement of professors finding their coffee and their morning, but the central chair was empty. McGonagall sat to the left of it with the posture of someone who had not slept well and was refusing to let it show. Snape, at the far end, was reading a journal with the studied disengagement of someone who was paying extremely close attention to everything. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table with Ron and Hermione, poured himself tea, and waited. Hermione was already talking, quietly and rapidly, about what she'd found. "I went to the library last night, just for 20 minutes before curfew, and I found a reference to the Founders' Compact in a History of Hogwarts, 3rd edition. It's only a footnote, but it's there. It says the compact was last formally invoked in 1642 and was considered legally dormant. But dormant isn't the same as void. The distinction matters." She pushed a piece of toast at him. "Eat. Also, there's an article in Wizarding Law Quarterly, 1834, that argues the dormancy of a bloodline compact is automatically reversed by a qualifying heir reaching enrollment age and accepting a place at the school," Harry finished. "Yes. Ragnarok explained that." Hermione blinked. "He just explained it to you? In detail?" "He was very thorough," Harry said. "I think he enjoyed it." "Goblins have had issues with wizarding governance for centuries," Hermione said. "Something that significantly disrupts the current power structure, probably made his morning," Harry said. "Yes." Ron arrived with a plate piled comprehensively with everything the table was offering and sat down across from them. "Dumbledore's not here," he said. "I noticed," Harry said. "My brothers are staring at you." Ron tilted his head toward where Fred and George sat further down the table, both facing Harry with expressions of undisguised delight. They've been doing it since they sat down. They want to talk to you but they're waiting for you to come to them, which is honestly the most respect I've ever seen them show anyone. Harry looked down the table. Fred, or George, he still couldn't tell, raised a mug of tea at him with a grin. Harry raised his back. Later, Harry told Ron. I want to talk to them. They're going to try to recruit you for something, Ron warned. They always recruit people for something. I'm planning to let them, Harry said. Ron looked at him. You have uses for Fred and George? I have uses for people who know this school's unofficial geography better than the teachers do, Harry said. Which I'm guessing they do. Ron's expression shifted into something between impressed and wary. You think like a Slytherin, he said, then immediately looked alarmed by his own observation. Good, Harry said. Gryffindor courage without any strategy is just enthusiasm. McGonagall appeared at the end of the Gryffindor table at that moment, robes immaculate, expression composed, walking with direction. She reached Harry and stopped. Mr. Potter. A word before classes. He followed her out of the great hall into the corridor, where the morning traffic of students was just beginning to build. She walked to a recessed alcove near a window and turned to face him. I spent the night reviewing the relevant documents, she said. I consulted Hogwarts, a history, the unabridged edition, not the student version, and cross-referenced the founder's records in the staff library, which are not available to students. The compact is genuine. The bloodline documentation Gringotts provided is consistent with every historical record I could locate. She paused. The castle responded to me differently last night when I walked the corridors. The wards felt different. More present. I have been in this castle for 39 years and I have never felt the wards do that. Another pause, this one longer. The castle accepted you. Yes, Harry said. McGonagall straightened her spine, which was already quite straight. I will continue as deputy headmistress, she said. Under your authority, as Lord Paramount. I will advise you as you asked. And I will tell you plainly, as you've indicated you prefer, your authority is legitimate, but it is also almost entirely untested. There are people who will challenge it. There are people who will try to manage you. And there are considerations about this school and its current situation that you need to understand as quickly as possible. She looked at him steadily. Are you willing to listen as well as act? That's exactly what I'm here for, Harry said. Something in her face shifted, not quite softened, because McGonagall wasn't someone who softened easily, but something opened in it. The professional wall came down a degree. Your parents were extraordinary people, she said, for the second time in 12 hours. This time there was something different in how she said it, something that was specifically for him, not just a fact delivered in his direction. I am glad you're here. Harry felt that in the center of his chest, unexpectedly. He let himself feel it for one full second. Thank you, Professor, he said. She nodded crisply, the professional wall back up. Now. You need to attend your classes this morning. I will arrange a meeting between you, myself, and the relevant administrative staff, this afternoon. Regarding Dumbledore. She hesitated on the name in a way she hadn't before. He has requested a formal meeting with you. I know, Harry said. She looked at him. You know. He just sent the message this morning. He was going to request a formal meeting, Harry said. It's what I would do in his position. It gives the meeting a structure he controls, which creates the conditions for a negotiation he can prepare for. McGonagall stared at him for a long moment. I'm going to stop being surprised by things you say, she said, though her tone suggested she didn't entirely believe herself. Meet me at 2 o'clock. My office. Classes were interesting. Not because the content was revolutionary. Transfiguration was extraordinary and McGonagall's demonstration of turning her desk into a pig and back was the finest piece of magic Harry had seen in person, but the content was introductory, as expected. What was interesting was the people. Hermione answered every question correctly and at considerable speed and watched for Harry's reactions as she did, recalibrating when he smiled or nodded. Ron was naturally talented in a way he clearly didn't know about yet. His wand movements were instinctively right even when his theory was shaky, and Harry made a mental note to find a way to tell him this without making it sound patronizing. Neville managed his transfiguration attempt better than he seemed to expect, which produced a look of quiet surprise on his face that Harry found more interesting than anyone else's success. Potions was in the dungeons, and Snape arrived in a sweep of black robes that was clearly practiced whether or not he'd admit it, and he moved through the classroom with the energy of someone who was very aware of every person in the room while appearing to be interested in none of them. Harry watched him with genuine curiosity. Snape took the register. When he reached Potter, he paused, just a fraction of a beat, and his eyes came up from the parchment and landed on Harry with an expression that was controlled to the point of being a mask. "Potter," he said. "Professor," Harry said. The class was very still in the way that prey animals get still when a predator does something unexpected. Snape looked at him for 3 full seconds. It was the kind of look that was meant to establish something, to set the terms of a relationship, to communicate that whatever Harry Potter might be outside this room, in here, certain rules applied. Harry met it without expression, without challenge, simply present. Then Snape said, "Your fame, it seems, precedes you," and moved on. Which was not what he'd apparently been planning to say. Harry could tell by the slight recalibration in his face, the sense that the next line had been adjusted at the last moment. He'd been going to do the public humiliation thing, probably. Harry had read about it from Ron's older brothers, the way Snape started the year by targeting students who needed to be put in their place, establishing the classroom hierarchy. He'd looked at Harry and changed his mind. That was interesting. The lesson continued. Snape was a difficult teacher in the best possible sense, demanding, precise, intolerant of sloppiness, but when he explained something it was with a clarity that was actually extraordinary. Harry paid close attention, took thorough notes, and asked one question at the end of the lesson that was specific and technical enough that Snape paused before answering. For a first year, Snape said, with the particular tone of someone complimenting despite themselves, that is a perceptive question. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said. Neutral. Sincere. Snape looked at him again, that same complex, masked look. Then he dismissed the class. In the corridor afterward, Ron said, "He didn't try to take points or make you look stupid." "No," Harry said. "He does that with everyone on the first day." "I know." Ron looked at him sideways. "What did you do?" "Nothing," Harry said. "I just didn't give him a reason to." "He hated your dad," Ron said. "That's what my brothers say. Old school rivalry, apparently." "I know that too," Harry said. "It's relevant." He looked at the ring on his finger, briefly, thinking. Being his father's son is one way to exist in that classroom. Being myself is another. "You're going to try to recruit Snape," Hermione said, from his other side, the way someone announces a diagnosis. "I'm going to understand him first," Harry said. "Then decide." Hermione made her not quite a word sound again, which Harry was beginning to translate as the noise she made when she encountered someone operating at the edge of her predictions. McGonagall's office at 2 o'clock was all dark wood and tartan and the weight of decades of professional achievement tastefully arranged on shelves. She was already there when Harry arrived, and so was Flitwick, who barely came up to Harry's shoulder and whose eyes were bright and sharp and deeply amused. "Lord Potter," Flitwick said, with the particular air of someone who has been looking forward to using that phrase. "I am Phileas Flitwick, Charms Master and head of Ravenclaw House. I have reviewed the compact documentation at Professor McGonagall's request." He bounced slightly on his heels. "Extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary. I wrote my thesis on Founders Era magic, you know, and the energy signature of that compact, I checked the ward boundaries last night, purely academically, is unlike anything from the last 3 centuries. You can feel it, if you know what to look for. The whole castle is humming. Professor, McGonagall said patiently. Right, yes, apologies. He didn't look particularly apologetic. The compact is genuine. The castle recognizes Lord Potter. His authority under the terms of the compact is exactly as documented. I have also verified, separately, through my own research, that the dormancy reversal clause is triggered precisely by the conditions that occurred yesterday. He looked at Harry with bright, genuine delight. You've activated something that's been sleeping for 300 years. Do you have any idea how remarkable that is? I'm starting to, Harry said. Sit down, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said. There is a great deal to cover. They covered it. The meeting lasted 2 hours. McGonagall laid out the practical structure of Hogwarts administration, the staff reporting structure, the relationship with the Board of Governors, the ministry oversight framework, the budget process, the safety and security arrangements. She was thorough, organized, and honest, and when Harry asked a question she answered it directly, and when she said I don't know she followed it with but I will find out. He asked about the third-floor corridor. Why it was forbidden. A pause. McGonagall and Flitwick exchanged a look. That, McGonagall said carefully, is something that was arranged this summer. A security measure. By Headmaster Dumbledore. She stopped on the title, catching herself. By Dumbledore. For something he asked Gringotts to, she stopped again, clearly reassessing how much she knew and how much she was comfortable saying. There is something being kept there, Mr. Potter. Something that required the vault at Gringotts to be emptied and the contents relocated here. She looked at him. I do not know what it is. I have a theory, Harry said. They both looked at him. I'll confirm it before I act on it, he said. But if my theory is correct, it involves something that shouldn't be in a school at all, and it explains at least some of the non-itemized expenditures in the headmaster's discretionary account from this summer. The silence in the room was very careful. You reviewed the school's financial records, McGonagall said. Gringotts administers them, Harry said. Ragnarok was thorough. The discretionary account, she stopped. Started again. I was aware there were irregularities. I raised them twice. Dumbledore said they were accounted for and nothing more. Her jaw was tight. I should have pressed harder. You were working without complete information, Harry said. That changes now. She looked at him steadily. Yes, she said. It does. Flitwick, who had been quiet for several minutes, cleared his throat. There is the matter of the staff, he said. The reaction last night was varied. Most of the teachers are professional enough to follow legitimate authority once it's verified. Sprout will have questions but she's fundamentally decent. Quirrell seemed quite agitated, but Quirrell is generally agitated. A small pause. Snape I cannot speak to. He is not an easy man to read. He's a problem for another day, Harry said. Or possibly not a problem at all. I'll find out. He looked at McGonagall. The headmaster search. I need to formally appoint someone to that role, even if it's interim. I can't run a school from first year, and I'm not trying to. I need someone who is actually a qualified administrator to handle the day-to-day. But it has to be someone I can trust and someone the students can respect. McGonagall looked at him with that expression again, the one she was clearly trying to stop having but couldn't quite control. Do you have someone in mind? You, Harry said simply. If you're willing. The room was quiet. Flitwick was trying very hard not to beam and failing comprehensively. McGonagall sat very straight and said nothing for a long moment. Then, that is a considerable responsibility. You've been doing half the job for 39 years anyway, Harry said. Not unkindly. Just true. She made a sound that was either a suppressed laugh or a suppressed something else entirely. I will consider it, she said, with the tone of someone who has already decided. Dumbledore was waiting in the corridor outside McGonagall's office when Harry came out. This was not a surprise. Harry had been expecting it since the meeting was scheduled. But the specific quality of the encounter was interesting. Dumbledore stood a few feet from the door in his silver and blue robes, hands folded, and he looked precisely the way Harry imagined he would look, dignified, warm, entirely composed, showing nothing of what last night must have cost him. "Harry," he said. "Not Mr. Potter." First name, immediately. Establishing warmth, establishing the uncle figure dynamic. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said. Formal. Respectful. Clear. Dumbledore's eyes were very steady behind his spectacles. "I was hoping we might speak," he said. "Privately, if you're agreeable." "Of course," Harry said. "I've been expecting you to ask." Something shifted, the faintest acknowledgement in those blue eyes that Harry's approach was not what he'd calculated. "Shall we walk?" Dumbledore said. "The grounds, perhaps. It's a pleasant afternoon." They walked. Down through the entrance hall and out onto the grounds, into the September afternoon, which was indeed pleasant, warm still, the trees beginning their autumn turning, the lake glittering to the south. Students in the distance on the lawn, a knot of older Hufflepuffs playing something with a bouncing ball, a group of Ravenclaws reading under a tree. Dumbledore was quiet for a while, which Harry allowed, because the first person to fill a silence was usually the person more anxious about what it contained. "You are remarkable," Dumbledore said finally. "Not flattery, something more complex. An assessment. I have known you were coming for quite some time, of course. Your arrival at Hogwarts. I have thought about it. Planned for it, in certain ways." He glanced down at Harry. "It appears my planning did not account for everything." "No," Harry agreed. "The Gryffindor bloodline," Dumbledore said. "I knew the compact existed. I had encountered references to it over many years. I believed, I had convinced myself, perhaps, that the bloodline had truly ended. The evidence was substantial." A pause. "I appear to have been wrong. Or the evidence was arranged," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. "That is a sophisticated observation." "It's what the Gringotts records suggest," Harry said. "Someone worked to obscure the bloodline in the 18th century. I don't know who yet, but the pattern is deliberate. Someone didn't want a Lord Paramount to appear." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "That is something I had not considered," he said, and Harry thought he might be telling the truth about that. "It raises interesting questions." "It does," Harry said. "I intend to answer them." They walked past the edge of the lake. A giant squid tentacle broke the surface briefly and submerged again, which Dumbledore appeared not to find noteworthy. "Harry," Dumbledore said. "I want to be honest with you." "Please," Harry said. "I have made decisions, over the years, that relate to you. To your upbringing. To the life you were placed in." He said it without evasion, which Harry found unexpectedly, that honesty. "I believed those decisions were necessary. I believed that certain difficulties were preparatory. That suffering had a purpose." He paused, and something honest moved through his expression, not quite guilt, because Dumbledore didn't seem like someone who did guilt in the standard fashion, but something genuine. Acknowledgement. "I am aware that to the person experiencing those difficulties, the logic of the architect is of limited comfort." Harry walked for a moment without answering. The lake moved beside them, dark and deep. "You put me with the Dursleys deliberately," he said. "For your protection, yes. The Blood Wards, I know about the Blood Wards," Harry said. "I'm not arguing about the protection. I'm noting that you chose to do it without telling me anything. Without telling me who I was. Without telling me about my vaults, my inheritance, any of it." He kept his voice level, because he wasn't here to be angry. Anger was less useful than clarity. "You made decisions for me about my own life and then removed my ability to make informed decisions for myself. That's what I'm naming." Dumbledore was quiet. Yes, he said. Just that. That is what I did. I appreciate you saying so, Harry said. I'm going to ask you to stop. I rather think you've already ensured that, Dumbledore said, with something that might, in a different conversation, have been dry humor. I want you to stay involved with Hogwarts, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. Not as headmaster. That's non-negotiable, and not because of last night, because the compact gives that appointment to me, and I've already asked Professor McGonagall to take it. But you have knowledge and experience and relationships that matter to this school. I'm not interested in burning everything down. He paused. I'm interested in building something better. If you want to be part of that, there's a role for you. Advisor, maybe. Or I could create a formal position for Hogwarts' external magical defense, given what I think might be in the third-floor corridor, that might be wise. Dumbledore had gone very still. You know about the stone, he said quietly. I have a strong theory, Harry said. You moved something from Gringotts this summer. The vault was emptied at your request. The non-itemized expenditures in the Headmaster's discretionary account from July correspond to a security infrastructure project. The third-floor corridor is forbidden with rather more emphasis than standard forbidden areas usually get. He looked at the old wizard. You brought the Philosopher's Stone here. Someone is going to try to steal it. And you may or may not have that fully in hand. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment with those extraordinary eyes that contained so much and revealed so carefully. You are 11 years old, he said. 12 in July, Harry said. A silence stretched between them, long and warm and heavy with something that wasn't quite confrontation and wasn't quite alliance and was something in between that neither of them had words for yet. The stone is here, Dumbledore said. There are protections. Several of the staff contributed to them. A pause. My original intention was that certain challenges along the path to the stone would serve a secondary purpose. A test, of sorts. A test for me, Harry said. For you specifically, yes. You were going to let whoever is after the stone believe they had a path to it, Harry said. And then catch them in the act. And use me as part of the mechanism. Dumbledore said nothing. That's not going to happen, Harry said. Not angrily. Just as fact. I'm not a mechanism. And whoever is after that stone, if it's who I think it might be, is more dangerous than being handled by a series of puzzles and an 11-year-old. He looked up at Dumbledore. Tell me everything about the current security setup. Tonight, if possible. And then we're going to make it better. The grounds were golden in the late afternoon light. Somewhere across the lake, a bird was making an ambitious amount of noise about the end of the day. Dumbledore looked at Harry Potter, this boy with his mother's eyes and his father's unruly hair and something in his bearing that was entirely neither of them, something that was old and clear and absolutely certain, and he nodded. Tonight, he said. Yes. Harry nodded back. They walked back toward the castle together, not as adversaries, not as allies exactly, as something more complicated and more honest than either. The castle rose above them, lit from within, warm and vast and awake in a way it had not been yesterday. At the door, Harry stopped and looked up at the towers. He could feel the wards humming. All of them, all at once, attentive and present. I know, he thought, not particularly directing it anywhere. I'm here. The castle didn't answer in words. It answered the way it had been answering all day, with warmth, with recognition, with the quiet certainty of something old that has been waiting a long time and is satisfied, finally, with what arrived. Harry pushed open the door and went inside. Chapter 3, The Weight of the Keys. The first owl arrived at breakfast on Thursday. Harry was halfway through his toast when Hedwig landed on his shoulder, not with a letter, just with the particular proprietorial air she adopted when she wanted him to know she was present, and then 3 unfamiliar owls arrived in close succession, dropping letters onto his plate with varying degrees of accuracy. One landed directly in his marmalade. He fished it out, wiped it on his napkin, and read it. The Ministry of Magic, Department of Education, was writing to express its serious concern regarding reports of an irregular governance claim at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The letter was signed by someone named Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister, and it was written in pink ink, which Harry found was somehow the most alarming thing about it. The second letter was from the Board of Governors. It was considerably more formal and considerably more legally dense, and it essentially said the same thing, that they were aware of the events of September 1st, that they were not at this time prepared to acknowledge the validity of the claimed authority, and that they would be requesting an emergency meeting at the earliest possible date. It was signed by 7 names. The last one was Lucius Malfoy. The third letter was from Augusta Longbottom, and it read, "Lord Potter, my grandson has written to say you are everything this school has needed for a generation. I will be in touch. Do not let them intimidate you. They will try. A. Longbottom." Harry folded all 3 and put them in his bag. Neville, who had been watching from 2 seats down, said, "Was one of those from my gran?" "Yes," Harry said. Neville went slightly pink. "She writes quickly." "She approves," Harry said. "That's useful." Ron looked at the other 2 letters, visible at the edge of Harry's bag. "Ministry and the board?" "Both." "Already?" "It's been 2 days," Harry said. "Honestly, I expected it yesterday." Hermione, who had been eating with one eye on a book about wizarding administrative law that she'd somehow acquired since Tuesday, looked up. "The Board of Governors has 7 members," she said. "Under normal school governance, they hold majority authority over the headmaster appointment. The compact supersedes that authority, but only if it's recognized under the International Statute of Magical Inheritances, which requires," she turned a page, "formal registration with the Wisengamot or submission of verified documentation from a recognized magical institution." "Gringotts qualifies as a recognized magical institution," Harry said. "Yes, but the ministry can contest it," she said. "Technically they can request a Wisengamot review, which could take months," Harry said. "I know. Ragnarok flagged it." "So what do you do?" Harry buttered his second piece of toast. "I register the compact with the Wisengamot directly. Ragnarok is helping with that. The filing was submitted yesterday, it just needs a hearing date. In the meantime, the castle itself is the most compelling evidence. You can't fake what the wards are doing." He paused. McGonagall confirmed the ward behavior to Flitwick, who confirmed it to 2 other heads of houses. The castle is behaving differently. That's not something anyone can argue with. Malfoy will argue with it anyway, Ron said darkly. Lucius Malfoy will try, Harry agreed. I'm counting on it. Ron stared at him. You want him to push back? I want him to overplay his hand, Harry said. People who are used to being the most powerful person in a room do that when they encounter something they didn't plan for. He didn't plan for me. He looked at Ron levelly. Your family has had trouble with his, I think. Ron's expression did something complicated. My dad and him, yeah. For years. Malfoy thinks anyone who isn't pureblood is, he stopped. You know. I know, Harry said. So he's going to approach this as a blood status problem. He's going to try to find a reason why my claim is illegitimate that has nothing to do with the legal reality, because the legal reality is in my favor and he'll know it. He picked up his tea. Which means he'll make mistakes. Hermione was watching him with the expression she'd been developing since the feast, not quite admiration, not quite alarm, something in between that was steadily shifting toward the former. How are you this calm? She asked. I'm not calm, Harry said honestly. I just think better when I'm not visibly panicking. That's the same thing, Ron said. It isn't, actually, Harry said. But it doesn't matter. Eat your breakfast. The thing about running a school while also being a student in it was that it required a very specific kind of compartmentalization that Harry had been practicing, without knowing that's what it was, for most of his life. The Dursleys had trained him to keep his head down and get his work done and not draw attention, and while he was actively discarding the don't draw attention part, the keep your head down and get your work done training was proving useful in ways they'd never intended. He went to his classes. He paid attention. He did the reading. He was also, simultaneously, building a working knowledge of Hogwarts that went considerably beyond what any student was supposed to have. The castle helped. This was the thing that was hardest to explain and that he mentioned only to Hermione, who treated it with the seriousness it deserved rather than either dismissing it or making it into something mystical. The castle communicated. Not in language, not yet, and possibly never, he didn't know the limits of it, but in impression. In the way that he'd wake up knowing, in a low-key ambient sort of way, that something was happening in the third-floor corridor. Or that the ward boundaries on the North Tower had been tested overnight by someone moving along them from the outside. Or, more usefully, that there was a network of passages in the castle structure that appeared on no map he'd found so far. It's like having a very large, very old dog, he told Hermione, late on Friday evening in the library, which they'd been allowed to stay in past curfew because McGonagall had quietly extended Harry's permissions and, at Hermione's pointed request, hers as well. It doesn't tell you things exactly. It just, you know when something's off. The castle is a sentient magical construct, Hermione said, not looking up from her book. Or close to it. Founders-era magic built that way sometimes. It's in Highcastle's architectural history, the one you brought from Gringotts. She had borrowed it 2 days ago and was now, apparently, reading it simultaneously with 3 other books by some method Harry hadn't quite decoded. I know, Harry said. I read it on the train. There's a chapter on ward sensitivity in Founders-built structures. She turned a page. The Lord Paramount designation would give you enhanced access to the ward network. It would feel like intuition, but it's actually data. The castle is talking to you in the only language it has. Any idea what range it has? Harry asked. Within the castle walls and the ward perimeter, probably about a half-mile radius, she said. But the resolution would be better closer in. She finally looked up. Why? What have you been feeling? The third-floor corridor, Harry said. Something happens there at night. Someone goes there. The same someone, I think. Based on how the castle reacts, it feels like familiarity. Like the wards know this person. A teacher, Hermione said. Or someone with teacher-level access to the wards, Harry said. Which might be the same thing. He tapped his fingers on the table. It's been every night since Tuesday. Hermione considered this. Quirrell, she said. Harry nodded. His defense class yesterday was off, she said. He knows the material, but he's teaching around it. Like he doesn't want students to learn it too well. She frowned. That's a strange choice for a defense teacher. Unless you have a reason to prefer students be less capable of defending themselves, Harry said. The library was quiet around them. Madame Pants had retreated to some far corner of her domain, apparently satisfied that these two were not going to damage anything. Outside the tall windows, the grounds were dark, the lake barely visible. You think Quirrell is who's after the stone, Hermione said. I think Quirrell is going to the third-floor corridor every night and I want to know why, Harry said. And I think the turban he wears is doing more work than turbans usually need to do. Hermione's eyes widened slightly. You think I think the castle doesn't entirely like the way Quirrell feels, Harry said. The wards respond to him differently than to other teachers. Not alarm exactly, just a sort of wariness. He paused. Dumbledore told me Wednesday night about the stone and the protections. He was fairly forthcoming, more than I expected. Each teacher contributed a challenge, Snape, Flitwick, Sprout, McGonagall, Quirrell himself, and 1 or 2 others. He leaned back. Quirrell's contribution to the security of the thing he's trying to steal. Hermione stared at him. Quirrell contributed to the protections. Troll, Harry said. He put a troll in there. That's quite brazen. Or very confident, Harry said. Or being controlled by something that's very confident. He stood, stretched, closed his book. I have a meeting in 20 minutes. Stay in the library, I'll be back in an hour. Where are you going? Hermione asked, though she looked like she already suspected. Snape, Harry said. The potions classroom at night was a different space entirely. During the day it was functional and cold and slightly intimidating in the manner of all rooms that were used primarily for precision work. At night, with the torches low and the benches empty, it was genuinely atmospheric in a gothic sort of way that Harry imagined Snape probably appreciated. Snape himself was at his desk. He looked up when Harry entered and did not appear surprised, which meant either that he'd been expecting this or that he was very good at not appearing surprised about things. Harry suspected both were true. Lord Potter, he said. The title with no warmth but also no sarcasm, simply neutral acknowledgement. He put down his quill. Sit. Harry sat across from him. This was the first time they'd been alone together, and Harry used the first few seconds to look at Snape properly, something he hadn't done in class, where it would have been conspicuous. Snape was younger than Harry had expected, though it was hard to say exactly how old. His face had a permanent quality of controlled tension, like someone who had spent a long time containing things and had gotten very good at it. His eyes were black and sharp and, at this particular moment, watchful. You requested this meeting, Snape said. I did, Harry said. Thank you for agreeing to it. You are the Lord Paramount of this school, Snape said. Refusing your meeting request would be professionally irregular. He paused. What is it you want? Harry looked at him directly. Information about Quirrell. The quality of the silence that followed was distinctive. Snape's face did not move, but something in the room shifted, a very subtle tightening of his attention, like a hunting animal going from resting alertness to active. What makes you think I have relevant information about Professor Quirrell, he said. Because you've been watching him since the feast, Harry said. Possibly before. Because your reaction to him in staff settings is different from your reaction to your other colleagues, I've observed enough of those interactions this week to notice. And because you're the only teacher in this school who has both the potions expertise to have produced the poison that put Quirrell in hospital in Albania last year and the motivation to have been watching someone connected to a particular dark power structure. The silence was longer this time. You have been busy, Snape said, quietly. I've had access to the school's administrative records, Harry said. Quirrell's sabbatical to Albania, the timeline of events, his behavioral changes since returning. The records are incomplete but suggestive. He kept his eyes on Snape. I know about the unbreakable vow you made to my mother. Snape went very still. I don't know the specific terms, Harry said. I found a reference to it in the Gringotts family records. It's registered, as unbreakable vows have to be. The terms are sealed, which means they were private and she chose to keep them private. But it was made the year before she died. He paused. I'm not here to leverage it. I'm not here to make you feel anything in particular about it. I'm here because I need to know what you know about Quirrell, and I think you're the most honest person on this staff about what's actually dangerous, because you're the person who takes danger most seriously. Snape looked at him for a very long time. You have your mother's eyes, he said. It came out differently than the way people usually said it, not nostalgic, not wistful, not a pleasantry. Raw, almost. Like something that cost him something to say. People tell me that, Harry said, gently. She was, Snape stopped. Started again. She was the most genuinely gifted which I have ever taught or known. And I do not use that assessment freely. He looked at the desk for a moment. The vow I made her was personal. You are correct that I will not discuss the terms. He looked back up. But its existence means that certain of my loyalties are not where people assume them to be. I know, Harry said. I suspected before tonight. I'm certain now. Quirinus Quirrell returned from Albania a changed man, Snape said, in the tone of someone making a decision to speak. The change was obvious to anyone trained to see it. His magic changed. His effect changed. His choices changed. He paused. He bears something with him. Something dark and not entirely separate from him, which has complicated matters. He covets the stone. He has been attempting to access the third-floor corridor since the term began. I know about the corridor visits, Harry said. The castle tells me. Something flickered in Snape's expression. Of course it does. He seemed to recalibrate. I have been monitoring him. I was attempting to keep the situation contained until Dumbledore could act. He stopped. Dumbledore's approach has always been to wait. To let things develop. To gather evidence before moving. His voice was precise and flat. I have not always agreed with this approach. What would you do if the decision were yours? Harry asked. I would move the stone tonight, Snape said. Back to Gringotts or somewhere else entirely. Remove the target and the game becomes meaningless. Harry nodded slowly. Can the stone be safely moved without? Yes, Snape said. The protections are designed around its current location. Moving it does not require passing through them. He paused. It requires authorization from the Lord Paramount or the current Headmaster. Previously the Headmaster was Dumbledore. Currently it's McGonagall, Harry said. Under my authority. He thought for a moment. How quickly could it be arranged? By morning, Snape said. If the decision were made tonight. Harry was quiet for 10 seconds. Thinking through it, the implications, the moves and counter-moves, what Quirrell would do if the stone disappeared, what the entity controlling Quirrell would do, whether moving it solved the problem or just relocated it. Not yet, he said finally. Snape's expression sharpened. You want to wait. I want to understand the full picture first, Harry said. Moving the stone tonight tells Quirrell that someone knows about him. It tells whatever's with Quirrell that we've seen it. That changes the game in ways I can't fully calculate yet. He met Snape's eyes. How contained is he, really? Is he a risk to students in the short term? His primary focus is the stone, Snape said. Students are incidental to that focus. Then we have time to be careful. Harry stood. I'm going to need your help with this. Your direct help, not just your monitoring. I want you watching Quirrell daily and reporting directly to me, not through McGonagall, though she'll need to know in general terms. Can you do that? Snape looked at him for a long, measuring moment. The expression on his face was one Harry had no name for yet, something that was working out whether this situation was real, whether this child in front of him was what he appeared to be or something more manageable. You are not what I expected, Snape said finally. I know, Harry said. Will you do it? Yes, Snape said. Without hesitation, once he decided. Harry nodded. He turned to go, then stopped. One more thing. Your potions teaching. It's extraordinary, the actual substance of it. Students could learn something exceptional in your class if they weren't spending most of their energy managing the anxiety of whether you're about to humiliate them. He said it cleanly, without judgment. I'm not ordering you to change your methods. But I thought you should know someone noticed the gap between what you're capable of teaching and what they're able to absorb. Snape said nothing for a long moment. When Harry reached the door, he heard, Your mother said something similar to me, once. About a different subject. A pause. She was right then as well. Harry walked back to the library. Saturday brought the post and the post brought problems. Specifically, it brought a very official-looking letter from the ministry bearing the seal of the Minister for Magic himself, Cornelius Fudge, requesting, and the word requesting was doing considerable heavy lifting, that Harry present himself at the ministry on Wednesday to discuss the administrative situation at Hogwarts with senior officials. It also brought a howler. Harry had heard about howlers from Ron. He had not, until this moment, experienced one directly. This one was addressed to him in large, aggressive letters, and when he opened it a voice emerged at a volume that cleared the immediate area of the breakfast table like a small explosion, a man's voice, clipped and furious and radiating the specific outrage of someone who was used to letters being taken very seriously indeed. Mr. Potter. I am Lucius Malfoy, and I am writing to inform you that your theatrical performance at the welcoming feast does not constitute a legally binding governance action under any provision of wizarding law that I recognize. The Board of Governors will be meeting on Monday and will issue a formal rejection of your claim. I strongly advise you to. The howler disintegrated, as they did, leaving a curl of smoking parchment. The great hall was absolutely riveted. Harry picked up the curl of parchment, looked at it briefly, and set it down again. Around him the noise of the hall began to recover, though with the specific energized quality of a large group of people who had just witnessed something they were going to discuss for days. That was Draco Malfoy's dad, Ron said, with the flat certainty of someone who knows a voice very well and has no positive feelings about it. I know, Harry said. He's on the Board of Governors, Ron said. He basically runs the Board of Governors. My dad says he buys people's votes. He might try that with the board, Harry said. It won't help him with the compact, but it might affect public perception. He poured more tea. I'm going to need to respond to Fudge. Publicly, I think. Publicly, Hermione said, in the voice she reserved for ideas that alarmed her but that she couldn't immediately argue against. The ministry's leverage depends on people not knowing what the compact actually says, Harry said. The more public the explanation, the less room there is for them to manage the story. He thought about it. Do wizards have newspapers other than the Prophet? The Quibbler, Ron said, pulling a face. It's a bit mad. And Witch Weekly, but that's mostly social. The Prophet's really the only one people take seriously. The Prophet's owned by someone connected to the ministry, Hermione said, because of course she knew this. Their coverage will be shaped by official positions. But the school paper, she stopped. Does Hogwarts have a school paper? Harry asked. It did, she said slowly, with the expression of someone whose research had provided an answer at exactly the right moment. It was suspended 12 years ago. By Dumbledore, according to, I found a brief reference in the library's archive records. She paused. He said it was creating unnecessary drama. Harry thought about a school newspaper that Dumbledore had shut down 12 years ago. Let's restart it, he said. Sunday afternoon. The library. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, and, this surprised everyone including herself, Luna Lovegood, a first-year Ravenclaw with wide, pale eyes and a general air of having arrived from somewhere adjacent to this dimension who had apparently heard about the meeting from a route nobody could quite trace and shown up with a notebook. I'm good at writing, Luna said, when everyone looked at her. And I notice things other people don't. That seems useful for a newspaper. Harry looked at her for a moment. She met his gaze without blinking, which was either unsettling or refreshing depending on your perspective. It does seem useful, he said. Welcome. Hermione, visibly recalibrating her social predictions, slid a parchment in Luna's direction. The meeting was productive. Within 2 hours they had the skeleton of what Harry was calling, tentatively, the Hogwarts Herald, a weekly publication covering school news, academic developments, and, when necessary, larger Wizarding World events that affected the school. Hermione was editor. Luna was chief correspondent. Ron was, at his own insistence, Quidditch correspondent, a role Harry judged correctly would get him invested enough to stay on the paper. Neville had quietly excellent instincts for what information was actually important versus what was merely interesting, and Harry appointed him fact-checker. What am I? Harry asked, mostly to see what Hermione would say. Publisher, she said immediately. You have the authority to authorize it. You don't need to write for it. Your existence as the paper's backing is the whole point. Right, Harry said. And you need to write a statement for the first issue, she added. Explaining the compact. In plain language, for students. Something they can read and understand and take home and show their parents. First issue by Wednesday? Harry asked. She looked at him like he'd suggested they build the castle from scratch by Tuesday. Then she recalculated. Wednesday morning, she said. If everyone does their part. Luna was already writing. Monday arrived with the specific malevolent efficiency of Mondays. The Board of Governors issued their formal statement via owl post at 7 in the morning, simultaneously delivered to every teacher in the school, to the ministry, and apparently to the prophet, whose owl arrived at Harry's breakfast place at 7:15 carrying a copy of an article whose headline read, Boy WHO lived claims school ownership, Ministry TO review, extraordinary, claim. Harry read the article. It was written with a careful neutrality that actually reported the facts without editorializing too heavily, which surprised him until he noticed the byline, a reporter named Barnabas Cuff who seemed to be one of the more honest members of the prophet's staff. He read the board's statement. It was legally sophisticated, someone with serious magical law expertise had drafted it, or Malfoy had paid someone with serious magical law expertise to draft it, and it made 3 arguments. First, that the dormancy of the compact since 1743 constituted effective abandonment. Second, that the bloodline documentation from Gringotts, while noted, required independent verification. And third, that the governance of Hogwarts in the interim period had created legitimate expectations that the board's authority would continue. The third argument was the strongest, Harry noted. The first 2 were refutable with the Gringotts documentation and the castle's own ward behavior. But the third one, the argument from established practice, was the kind of thing that legal systems sometimes found compelling, because legal systems liked continuity. He was thinking about how to counter it when McGonagall sat down next to him at the Gryffindor table, which was unexpected enough to make Ron choke on his pumpkin juice. The board's statement, she said, producing her own copy. I've read it, Harry said. Their third argument is clever, she said. Legitimate expectation doctrine is well established in wizarding administrative law. I know, Harry said. But it runs into a problem. Which is? Legitimate expectation only applies when the party claiming it wasn't aware of a competing prior right, Harry said. If Lucius Malfoy, as a senior member of the board, had access to legal research that included the dormancy reversal clause, and a man with his resources almost certainly did, then his claim of legitimate expectation is undermined by constructive knowledge. McGonagall looked at him. Constructive knowledge, she said. You've been busy. I've been reading, Harry said. Professor, I need you to formally accept the headmistress appointment this morning, in writing, copied to Gringotts. It needs to be in their records before the board tries to argue that the school is currently ungoverned. If there's a legitimate headmistress appointment on record, their leverage is diminished. McGonagall straightened. Looked at the ring. Looked at Harry. I accept, she said. In writing, Harry said, producing parchment from his bag. She took it, wrote 3 lines in her precise hand, signed it. Harry pocketed it. There's a staff meeting I'd like to call, he said. This week, if possible. I want to address everyone directly, explain what I intend, answer questions, and hear concerns. People work better when they're not anxious about their positions. Tuesday evening. McGonagall said. Tuesday evening, Harry agreed. And Professor, the Quidditch tryouts are Thursday. I assume those are still going forward as normal. She looked momentarily surprised by the change of subject, which he'd intended. Yes, she said. Oliver Wood has been preparing for them since July. Good, Harry said. I want to try out. Of course you do, McGonagall said, in a tone that suggested she had been expecting this and had feelings about the timing. Then, despite herself, your father was an extraordinary seeker. I know, Harry said. I'm trying out for seeker. She stood, restored her normal composure, and walked back toward the teacher's table. Harry caught the edge of her expression as she turned, that thing that was working hard to not be a smile. Tuesday's staff meeting was in the teacher's lounge, which smelled of decades of strong tea and marking-related stress. Harry stood at the front of the room and looked at the assembled staff, 15 teachers, most of whom were watching him with some mixture of curiosity, wariness, and the professional caution of people whose employment stability had recently become uncertain. He didn't preamble. "Thank you for coming. I'll be brief. My authority as Lord Paramount is legitimate, is being formally registered with the Wisengamot, and has been verified by both Gringotts and the castle's own ward behavior, which I know several of you have experienced directly." He looked around the room. "I'm not here to dismantle Hogwarts. I'm here to make it better. Every one of you has expertise this school needs, and unless you give me a specific reason to think otherwise, your positions are secure." He paused. "What I need from you is honesty. If something in this school isn't working, if there are practices or policies or situations that should have been addressed and weren't, I want to know about them. Not through official channels that get managed and softened. Directly." He looked at them. "Professor Sprout, I understand Greenhouse 4 has had a budget shortfall for 3 years running and needed repairs that weren't approved. Those repairs are approved. Full budget allocation will be sorted by end of week." Sprout, a small square woman with dirt on her robes who had the look of someone used to getting quietly ignored, blinked at him. "Oh," she said. "Thank you. Professor Flitwick, I know you've submitted a curriculum proposal for Advanced Practical Charms elective for 3rd years upward twice in the last 5 years and been rejected both times. It's approved. Work with Professor McGonagall on implementation." Flitwick looked like he might float off his chair. Harry continued around the room. Small things, mostly, budget issues, blocked curriculum proposals, facilities requests that had sat unaddressed. He'd found most of them in the administrative records. Each one was specific, real, and the person it concerned looked at him with the expression of someone who had stopped expecting to be heard. He got to the end of the list and looked up. The room felt different now. Less guarded. More present. "Questions," he said. "Anything." A long pause. Then Madame Hooch, whose weather-beaten face had been giving nothing away throughout, said, "The Quidditch pitch needs its left goalpost reshingled. It's been a safety issue for 2 years." "Done," Harry said. "Put it in writing to McGonagall by tomorrow." "Done," she repeated, with the clipped satisfaction of someone who'd been saying it's a safety issue for 2 years and not being listened to. Sprout raised her hand. "The student welfare budget, there are several students who can't afford certain supplies and are falling behind because of it. There used to be a discretionary fund for that. It was reduced in 1989 and effectively discontinued by 1992, Harry said. I found that in the records too. It's reinstated. Full amount, plus the back years it should have had." He paused. "Nobody at this school should fall behind because they can't afford a textbook." The room was very quiet for a moment. A productive kind of quiet. "Any concerns about my authority?" Harry said directly. "Anyone who wants to challenge it formally, or register a professional objection, now is the time, and I won't hold it against you." Nobody spoke. Not even Snape, who was sitting at the back with his arms folded and his face doing nothing identifiable, which Harry was beginning to think was Snape's version of attentive calm. "Good," Harry said. "Professor McGonagall is headmistress. Her decisions on day-to-day operations are final. I'm available for anything that requires my specific authority, but I'm also a first-year student and I intend to actually be a student when I'm not doing this." He looked around the room one more time. "I know this is unusual. I know it's uncomfortable. I appreciate you all being here." He stepped back. McGonagall stepped forward and moved smoothly into the practical next items, scheduling, the upcoming visit from the ministry representative they were all aware of, the operational matters of a school mid-first week. Harry went to the back of the room and sat next to Snape. "That was well managed," Snape said, very quietly, without looking at him. Quirrell came in late, Harry said, equally quiet. He always comes in late, Snape said. He finds group settings with attentive people uncomfortable. A brief pause. For obvious reasons. Harry looked across the room to where Quirrell sat slightly apart from the others, turban facing forward, hands folded, perfectly still. Wednesday night, Harry said. I want to go to the 3rd floor. Snape turned his head a degree. To do what? Introduce myself, Harry said. Snape looked at him. The protections don't apply to me, Harry said. The castle confirmed it. Lord Paramount has unobstructed access to all areas of the school. He paused. I want to see what we're dealing with directly. And I want the castle to know I've seen it. Snape was quiet for a moment. I will accompany you, he said. That is not optional. I was hoping you'd say that, Harry said. Wednesday night. The 3rd floor corridor was dark and smelled of something large and animal, which made sense given the 3-headed dog that, when they opened the door, immediately focused all 6 of its eyes on them and made a sound that was more geological than biological. Harry stood in the doorway and looked at it. It was enormous. Even accounting for the fact that it was indoors and therefore its size was measurable relative to the walls, it was simply enormous, 3 heads each the size of a large barrel, for the color of a thundercloud, 6 eyes that caught the torchlight and reflected it back with a deep amber glow. The growl filled the room and vibrated in Harry's chest like low bass. Snape stood at his shoulder making no sound whatsoever. Harry stepped inside. The growl intensified. 2 of the 3 heads dropped lower, which was probably a threat posture. Harry looked at the middle head and said, clearly, easy. I'm not here to take anything. This did not obviously help. But it also did not worsen anything. The heads tracked him. He walked slowly forward, 1 step, 2, watching the heads. He stopped about 10 feet from the dog. Through the castle's ambient presence, which was more specific in here than anywhere else he'd been, he felt something, the wards under the dog, under the trapdoor he could see between its paws. The protections. The layers of them, going down into the school's bones. He also felt the castle's particular feeling about the dog. Not alarm, more like the way you'd feel about a house alarm that was doing its job. Useful. Present. Well regarded. He responds to music, Snape said from behind him. He does, Harry agreed, without asking how Snape knew. He filed it for later. I'm not here to go down there tonight. I just wanted to see it directly. He looked at the heads again. The middle one had backed off slightly, less a decrease in hostility and more a kind of assessment. I also wanted to confirm something. Which is? Harry turned and walked back to the door without hurry. Behind him, the growl resumed at its previous pitch. The trapdoor's been disturbed recently, he said. Not opened, but the ward on it has been tested. Someone stood where I just stood and tried to get through. He looked at Snape. They couldn't. The ward held. But they tried. When? Snape said. 3 nights ago, Harry said. Before Quirrell went back to his rooms. Snape pulled the door closed. The corridor was quiet again, the dog muffled behind solid wood. He's growing more urgent, Snape said. Whatever's with him is growing more urgent, Harry said. Which means it's either been given a deadline or it's losing patience with subtlety. He started walking back toward the main corridor. I'm going to make a decision about the stone by the end of the week. I want your assessment by Thursday of whether Quirrell is operating independently at this point or whether the passenger is in control. I'll have it by Thursday, Snape said. They walked in silence for a moment. The castle was quiet around them, old and dark and very large, the kind of large that reminded you that buildings didn't have to care about people's schedules or anxieties, that they had existed for centuries and would continue to. Professor, Harry said. Why did you go to Dumbledore about Quirrell, rather than acting yourself? A long pause. Because acting myself would have required harming Quirrell, Snape said. And Quirrell may still be partly present in his own body. He may be salvageable. Another pause. Also because Dumbledore asked me to wait. And you waited, Harry said. I waited, Snape said flatly. For longer than I should have. Harry nodded. Not any more, he said. You answer to me now. If you think something needs doing, within reason, with my knowledge, do it. Snape stopped walking. Harry stopped too, and turned. In the low torchlight of the corridor, Snape looked at him with an expression that Harry couldn't fully read but that contained several things at once, the complex history of a man who had been working alone and against his own interests for a long time, suddenly being offered something different. You are a very strange first-year student, Snape said. I know, Harry said. Thursday. The assessment. He walked back to Gryffindor Tower. The rain was warm the whole way. Quidditch tryouts on Thursday afternoon were the first completely uncomplicated 2 hours Harry had had since September 1st. He was on a broom and the broom was good, a school broom, not ideal, but responsive enough, and everything else fell away. He caught the snitch 11 times in 20 minutes. The last 3 times he hadn't even been watching for it, he'd just known where it was, the castle's spatial awareness combining with something more purely athletic in a way that was, frankly, joyful. Oliver Wood stood on the ground watching with the expression of someone who has found religion unexpectedly. Right, Wood said, when Harry came down. You're our seeker. You're our seeker for the next 7 years, that's just settled, then. Ron, who had come to watch, was grinning broadly. Harry handed back the school broom. Can we get better school brooms? He asked. For everyone who needs one, not just the team. Wood stared at him. What? The school brooms are bad, Harry said. Tactically bad, if you care about Quidditch performance across the school. The Nimbus 2000 series is within budget if I authorize it from the school sports equipment account. He looked at Wood. Put together a proposal for what you actually need. Wood was looking at him with the expression of someone whose world has fundamentally improved. A proposal, he said. Right. Yes. I'll have it, tonight. I'll have it tonight. Tomorrow is fine, Harry said. He walked back to Ron, who fell into step beside him. You know, Ron said, when I got on this train 4 days ago, I did not expect my best friend to be simultaneously running the school, investigating a dark conspiracy, and becoming the best seeker Gryffindor has had since my dad. Harry said. Since your dad, Ron said. Yeah. Harry was quiet for a moment. The grounds were golden around them, late afternoon sun warm on his face, the castle rising ahead. In the castle, he could feel the ward steady and present, the school going about its evening, students and ghosts and the complex social life of a 1,000-year-old institution, all of it his responsibility and his to protect. He thought about his father on a broom. He thought about Lily Potter who had never seen her son fly. He thought about a ring he'd put on his finger 4 days ago that had changed the entire shape of things. Ron, he said. Yeah. I'm glad you were on the train. Ron glanced at him sideways and made a very Ron face, slightly embarrassed, genuinely pleased, covering it with a casual shrug that convinced nobody. Yeah, well, he said. Obviously. Come on, Hermione'll have the first Herald issue ready and she'll want to read it to us. They went inside. Chapter 4, What the Mirrors Show. The first issue of the Hogwarts Herald came out on Wednesday morning and was gone by 9. Hermione had printed 40 copies using a duplication charm that Flitwick had taught her with barely disguised glee, and by the time breakfast was half done every single one had been read, passed around, folded into bags, or taken to Owls for delivery home. Harry watched it move around the great hall like a stone dropped in water, the ripples going outward, table by table, older students leaning over first-year's shoulders, a sixth-year Hufflepuff reading it standing up with her toast forgotten in her hand. The front page carried Harry's statement. Hermione had edited it down from his original draft to something clean and direct, a single column explaining the Founder's Compact, the bloodline, the Gringotts confirmation, and what it meant in practice. No drama, no self-congratulation. Just the facts, written as though the reader deserved to understand them. The second page had Luna's piece. Luna had written about the school's history in a way that was technically entirely factual and practically the most compelling thing Harry had read in weeks. She had located, in the Hogwarts library's uncatalogued section, 3 primary sources from the Founder's era that had not been cited in any modern history text, and she had woven them into a narrative about what Hogwarts had been designed to be, a place of genuine magical education, governed by those with the deepest investment in it, answerable to its students as much as to its patrons. She had then, in her last paragraph, simply noted that this design had been dormant for 300 years and that something appeared to have changed. Harry had read it the night before in final draft form and said, "Luna, this is exceptional." Luna had nodded without particular surprise, as though she had known and was glad he'd noticed. "The sources were there the whole time," she said. "Someone just needed to look." The third page was Neville's fact-check column, which had found 2 errors in the Board of Governors' public statement, minor ones, dates that didn't quite align with the historical record, and noted them with the gentle precision of someone who enjoyed being right but didn't need to perform it. Ron's Quidditch column was on the back page and was extremely enthusiastic about the new broom situation and contained a detailed technical breakdown of why Slytherin's Quidditch team was going to have a very interesting season. By 10 o'clock, Professor McGonagall had received 2 letters from parents requesting more information. By 11, the Ministry Owl arrived carrying a terse note from Dolores Umbridge saying the publication of student newspapers at Hogwarts required ministry approval, which Harry's own response, dispatched within 20 minutes, noted was not in fact true under any provision of the Hogwarts Charter or the Education Act of 1989, and cited the specific sections. The terse note from Umbridge that arrived 2 hours later did not have a good answer to this. Snape's assessment arrived Thursday morning, slipped under the door of a small administrative office near the library that McGonagall had designated for Harry's use. It was written in Snape's compressed, precise hand on a single sheet of parchment, and it said essentially 3 things. First, Quirrell was no longer reliably present in his own body for more than a few hours at a time. The entity controlling him was becoming dominant. Second, the entity was aware that someone in the school knew about its presence. It had changed its behavior in the last 48 hours in ways consistent with that awareness, less subtle, more urgent. Third, Snape estimated they had between 1 and 3 weeks before a direct attempt on the stone. Harry read it twice, burned it in the office fireplace, and went to find Dumbledore. Dumbledore had been staying in his former quarters in the North Tower, which had not been reassigned. This was a deliberate choice on Harry's part. Stripping the man of his rooms alongside his title would have been punitive in a way that served nothing. Dumbledore had accepted the arrangement with the graceful composure of someone who was being watched and knew it and didn't particularly mind. He was in his sitting room when Harry arrived, reading, his silver beard catching the morning light. He looked up without surprise. "Harry," he said. "Sit down. Would you like tea?" "Thank you," Harry said, and sat, and waited while Dumbledore produced 2 cups with the ease of someone who used domestic magic the way other people breathed. "Quirrell," Harry said. "Yes," Dumbledore said. Just that. Not asking how Harry knew the situation had changed, he'd been watching too. "Your original plan was to let him make his attempt and catch him in the act," Harry said. "Expose whoever's behind him." "More or less," Dumbledore said. "I believed the protections were sufficient to prevent him reaching the stone and that the attempt itself would provide the evidence needed to prove Voldemort is still alive," Harry said. The name sat in the room. Dumbledore did not flinch from it. "Yes," he said. "The evidence you need for that isn't a failed theft attempt," Harry said. "The evidence is Quirrell himself. The presence on him. That's something a competent healer or curse breaker could confirm, isn't it? Without anyone nearly getting the stone." Dumbledore looked at him. "You want to expose Quirrell directly. I want to remove the threat and gather the evidence simultaneously, Harry said. The stone can be moved. Snape can confirm the timing is still safe. But I don't want to move it until we have a way to demonstrate what Quirrell is carrying, because if we just move the stone and Quirrell has no reason to act, the entity on him goes quiet and you lose your proof. Dumbledore was very still, in the way of someone who is recalculating rapidly and is too experienced to show it. You want to bait the attempt, he said. I want to control the attempt, Harry said. There's a difference. A long pause. Dumbledore's blue eyes were doing that thing, looking at him too carefully, seeing too much. You have thought about this a great deal. I've had help, Harry said. Snape. Hermione, though she doesn't know all of it yet. Miss Granger is formidable, Dumbledore said, with what was plainly genuine respect. She reminds me, in certain ways, of your mother. She's her own person, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said, accepting the gentle correction. She is. He was quiet for a moment. What do you need from me? This was the part Harry had been building toward. Your knowledge of the entity's capabilities, he said. Whatever you know about Voldemort's current state, what he can and cannot do, what his objectives are beyond the stone. He paused. And your honesty about one other thing. Ask, Dumbledore said. The prophecy, Harry said. The room changed. Not dramatically, no great shift in light or sound. But Dumbledore went very still in a specific way, the stillness of someone who has been carrying something heavy for a long time and has just been asked to put it down. You know about the prophecy, he said. I know one exists, Harry said. I found a reference to it in the Department of Mysteries Public Index, sealed case, my name, Voldemort's name, filed in 1981. The Gringotts family records had a notation too. Something sealed at my parents' request. He kept his voice even. I haven't accessed the full content. But I know it exists, and I know you know what it says, and I know it's part of why you've been managing me so carefully for 10 years. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. Outside the window, the grounds were bright with October sun, the trees deep in their autumn colors, everything gold and copper and the particular blue of a clear Scottish sky. The prophecy, Dumbledore said slowly, states that a child born at the end of July to parents who had thrice defied Voldemort would have the power to vanquish him. That neither could live while the other survives. He paused. There are things in it about power he knows not. About either dying at the other's hand. Harry sat with that for a moment. Either dying at the other's hand, he repeated. That means it could go either way. Yes. And the power he knows not, Harry said. What do you think that is? Love, Dumbledore said. What your mother did. What she gave you. Harry thought about that seriously. Not dismissing it, he didn't think Dumbledore was wrong, exactly. His mother's sacrifice was real and its magical effects were real and the protection it had created was real. But if the prophecy is real, he said, it doesn't say anything about me being powerless before that moment. It doesn't say I have to be managed or protected from knowledge or placed in a specific set of circumstances. No, Dumbledore said. It does not. You decided all that yourself, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. Just that word, direct and without excuse. I decided that certain suffering would build certain qualities. That ignorance of your significance would keep you humble. That controlled circumstances would produce a controlled outcome. He looked at his hands for a moment. I was not entirely wrong about the first thing. But I was certainly wrong about my right to make those choices for you. Harry looked at him. This was the man who had left him with the Dursleys. Who had kept the cloak. Who had managed his inheritance and his knowledge and his childhood with the certainty of someone who believed the cause was large enough to justify the method. Who also, genuinely, cared about him. Harry could feel that too, and he wasn't going to pretend he couldn't, because pretending was another kind of managed distance and he was done with those. I'm not going to spend time being angry about what I can't change, Harry said. But I need you to operate differently from here. No more plans that involve me as a piece. If you have information relevant to my situation, my life, my connection to Voldemort, anything, you bring it to me directly. Agreed, Dumbledore said. And the prophecy, I want the full text. Not now, not today. But before the end of term. Harry stood. In the meantime, I need everything you know about Horcruxes. Dumbledore looked up at him with an expression that was, for the first time since the feast, something close to unguarded. Horcruxes, he said softly. If Voldemort is attached to Quirrell's body rather than his own, it's because he doesn't have a body, Harry said. And if the killing curse didn't kill him 10 years ago, there's a reason. The stone could restore him to a body, which means preventing him getting it solves a temporary problem, not the permanent one. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. What did he do to survive? The silence was the longest one yet. Sit down, Harry, Dumbledore said. This conversation is going to take some time. It took most of the morning. Harry came out of it with a great deal more information than he'd had going in, a clearer picture of Voldemort's situation than almost anyone in the wizarding world possessed, and a specific set of things to think through. He walked the grounds afterward, alone, not because he needed solitude dramatically but because physical movement helped his mind settle. Horcruxes. The concept was as dark as anything he'd encountered, deliberate murder used to anchor a fragment of soul to an object, the object persisting even when the body died. Multiple objects, potentially, meaning multiple anchors. Meaning you couldn't kill the man by destroying the body. Meaning the problem was considerably larger than one thwarted theft. He thought about this for a long time, walking the edge of the lake where the water was cold and bright and the giant squid made occasional placid appearances. Then he went back inside and found Hermione. She was in the library, obviously. He sat across from her and waited until she looked up. Horcruxes, he said. She blinked. I beg your pardon. Dark magic objects, he said. Created by splitting one's soul through murder and anchoring a fragment to a physical object. I need you to research them. Everything available, which won't be much, it'll be restricted section material, mostly. I can authorize your access. He paused. This is important and it's private. She looked at him with those bright, quick eyes that processed information faster than most people could produce it. Is this about Voldemort? Yes. She didn't flinch at the name, which he'd noticed she'd stopped doing about 2 days ago. And Quirrell. Quirrell is related but separate, he said. Quirrell is an immediate problem. Horcruxes are the underlying problem. He held her gaze. Are you in? Hermione looked at him for one long moment with the expression she sometimes got where she was clearly having a rapid internal conversation with herself. Then she closed her current book, opened her bag, and produced a fresh piece of parchment. Spell the word for me, she said. 2 weeks passed. They were the most packed 2 weeks of Harry's life, which was saying something given the previous month. Classes, which remained genuinely interesting in the way that things you're actually learning tend to be interesting, especially charms and transfiguration. The Herald, which had moved to twice weekly after the demand for the first issue. Ongoing administrative work with McGonagall, who had settled into the headmistress role with the smooth efficiency of someone who had been doing the job informally for decades and was relieved to do it formally. Regular meetings with Snape, who was giving him updates on Quirrell with the focused brevity of someone who had decided to be useful and was applying considerable ability to that decision. Quirrell was deteriorating. That was the word Snape used on a Wednesday evening in mid-October, looking at Harry with dark eyes that were professionally controlled and personally something else entirely. Deteriorating. The entity was taking more. The human being beneath it was becoming less. Timeline? Harry asked. Days, Snape said. Possibly a week. Harry nodded. Then it's time. The plan they developed over the previous 2 weeks was not complicated, which Harry considered a virtue. Simple plans had fewer points of failure. The stone would not be moved, that bait stayed where it was. What would change was the approach to the third-floor corridor. The existing protections would remain, but they would be supplemented with something that the castle itself could provide. Harry had spent 3 nights working out the mechanics of this, with Flitwick's help and Dumbledore's knowledge and his own evolving understanding of how the Lord Paramount's connection to the castle's magic worked. The castle could do things that individual wizards couldn't. Not because it was more powerful in a simple sense but because it was architecturally connected, its magic ran through the stone and the wards and the foundations in ways that were simultaneous and total. If Harry asked the castle to respond to an intruder in the third-floor passage in a specific way, it could do so with a precision that no human trap could match. He spent a night working with the castle directly. It was the strangest and most absorbing thing he'd done yet, standing alone at midnight in the third-floor corridor, talking in no language at all to something that answered in impression and warmth, negotiating with a 1,000-year-old magical construct about what he needed it to do and how. He felt slightly ridiculous and completely focused simultaneously. When he came back to the Gryffindor Tower at 2 a.m, Ron was sitting up in his bed with a candle lit and looked at him with an expression between concern and fascination. "Where have you been?" "Talking to the castle," Harry said. A pause. "Right," Ron said, and lay back down, and was asleep in 90 seconds, which Harry considered to be one of Ron's best qualities. The night it happened was a Friday. Harry woke at 10 past midnight with complete certainty, the way you wake up from a deep sleep when someone calls your name. He was sitting up before he was fully conscious, and the sensation from the castle was unlike anything the last few weeks had produced, urgent, specific, directional. Third floor. Now. He was dressed and out of the dormitory in under a minute. In the common room he found Hermione, who had apparently also woken. She was sitting in an armchair with a dressing gown over her pajamas and her hair somewhat chaotic and a look on her face that said she'd been awake for a while. "I felt something," she said. "Not the castle, I don't have your connection to it. But something woke me up." "Quirrell's moving," Harry said. "Get Ron." "I'm here," Ron said, appearing at the boys' staircase in his dressing gown. He had his wand. He also, Harry noticed, appeared to be wearing odd socks, but this did not seem like the moment to mention it. Neville appeared behind him. "I heard you all moving," he said. His jaw was set in the way it got when he was frightened and pushing through it anyway. "I'm coming." "Right," Harry said. "Stay close." They went out through the portrait hole into the corridor. The castle was quiet in the specific way that large buildings were quiet late at night, a deep, old silence that had texture to it, that you moved through rather than over. Harry moved quickly, not running, keeping them quiet, reading the castle's ambient information as he went. Third floor. The corridor. The door. But also, something else. A secondary sensation, separate from Quirrell, from a different direction. He stopped at the second-floor landing. "What?" Ron said quietly. "There's someone else moving," Harry said. "Toward the corridor, but from the east wing." "Who?" Hermione whispered. Harry thought about it for 2 seconds. East wing, upper floors, someone the castle knew well and whose magical signature was distinct and enormous and unmistakable. "Dumbledore," he said. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. "He was going to come anyway," Harry said. "Whatever he'd planned, he's moving." He started walking again. "Come on." They reached the third-floor corridor. The door was standing open. The dog, Fluffy, Harry had started thinking of him, because the castle seemed to have a fond feeling toward him, was asleep. All 3 heads, deeply unconscious. On the floor near the door, a small harp was playing itself with the fading mechanical quality of a spell running out of energy. "He put the dog to sleep," Hermione breathed. "He knew about the music," Harry said. He'd remembered what Snape had said, he responds to music, and had been wondering since then how Quirrell had known that. The answer was probably the same way Quirrell had known everything else, someone had told him once, when he was still being helped. "Stay here. Harry, stay here," he said, and looked at Ron and Neville as well. "I need you to stay at this door. If anyone comes that isn't me or Dumbledore, you wake the entire castle. You understand? Don't face whoever it is, just run and make noise. That's it." Ron looked like he wanted to argue. He looked at Harry's face and didn't. "Right," he said. Neville nodded tightly. Harry looked at Hermione last. She was reading his expression with those quick perceptive eyes. "Be careful," she said. Not a protest, a directive. "I will," he said. He dropped into the trapdoor. The fall was longer than he'd expected and the landing was softer than it should have been. The castle, he understood, had cushioned it. He landed in something dark and thick that grabbed at his ankles immediately and began to wind upward. Devil's snare. He relaxed completely, deliberately, let his body go limp, and sank through it before it could tighten, and dropped another few feet onto a stone floor. He stood up in the dark. Lit his wand, Lumos, and found the next passage ahead. Through the challenges they went. He solved them quickly, not because he was showing off but because they were genuinely straightforward with his combination of preparation and the castle's guiding presence. The winged keys, chaotic, dozens of them, clattering and wheeling in the dark, were manageable on a broom that was stored near the door, apparently part of the setup. He caught the right key in 45 seconds. The chess room was where the protections began to show some real sophistication. Life-size chess pieces standing at ready, marble white, cold and impassive. He studied the board for 30 seconds. The pattern was set for the challenge to proceed. Someone had already moved through, pieces were displaced that hadn't been part of the original setup. Quirrell had been through here. Harry played quickly and cleanly, with the particular focus of someone who had learned chess from Ron Weasley over the past several weeks and had discovered, to both their surprises, that he was extremely good at it. The pieces moved when he commanded, impassive and precise. He reached the other side in 4 minutes without losing a single piece, which he suspected was not the intended difficulty level but which the castle appeared to find acceptable. The troll room was empty, the troll already dispatched, lying on the floor in a way that suggested it had been hit with something forceful. He stepped over it. Snape's potion challenge was 7 bottles and a riddle written on a card, and he solved it in about 90 seconds because Hermione had made him study logic puzzles for exactly this situation 2 weeks ago on the grounds that if there's a puzzle component, you need to be prepared. He took the correct bottle, drank the correct portion, and walked through the final door. The mirror of Eriste stood at the far end of the chamber, enormous, ornate, the inscription across the top, Eriste stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi, catching the torchlight with golden letters. The chamber was carved stone, high-ceilinged, cold. Quirrell was standing in front of the mirror. Not Quirrell exactly. The figure in purple robes and the absurd turban was standing very still in front of the mirror, and the quality of the stillness was wrong in the specific way that something inhabited is wrong, too deliberate, too controlled, a human body being operated by something that wasn't used to it. Harry walked in. The door closed behind him. Quirrell, it, turned around. The face that looked at him was Quirrell's face, technically. The eyes were wrong. The eyes were red at the edges, flat and still in the way that predator eyes were still, and they tracked Harry with a focus that had nothing of Quirrell's nervous energy in it. "Harry Potter," it said. Quirrell's voice, but deeper, something beneath it, like audio played back at a slightly wrong speed. "The Child Lord. Lord Paramount of Hogwarts," Harry said pleasantly. "You're trespassing." Something moved in those eyes, not quite amusement, something colder. "Trespassing," it said. "In a school. I remember this school." The head tilted. "You look like your mother." "People tell me that," Harry said, watching it carefully. "You can't get the stone from the mirror." "Not yet," it said. "You have interfered with the mirror. The castle did something." "Yes," Harry said. What did you do? The mirror shows you what you desire most, Harry said. Dumbledore's protection was that it would only give the stone to someone who wanted to find it but not use it. A good protection. I adjusted it slightly. He kept his voice conversational. Now it will only respond to the Lord Paramount. The silence in the chamber was very specific. Give me the stone, Voldemort said. The pretense of quarrel had entirely dropped now, the voice was coming from somewhere else, the face barely moving. Give it to me and I will give you things no child should possess. Power, knowledge, your parents, my parents are dead, Harry said. You killed them. I can give you the life you should have had, it said. Everything Dumbledore took from you. Everything withheld. I can, you're describing yourself, Harry said. Someone who withholds and controls and decides what other people should have. He met the red-edged eyes. I've already had that conversation this month. I didn't like it then either. Something changed in the thing that was using Quirrell's body. The negotiation dropped away. The stone, it said, flat now, no performance. Or I will have it another way. Harry reached out through the castle's presence, the connection he'd been building for weeks, the warm ambient awareness that ran through every stone in every wall, and did the thing he'd spent 3 nights working out how to do. The chamber responded. Not dramatically, not with an explosion of magic or a dramatic convergence of light. The response was architectural. The chamber was part of the castle and the castle was his and the wards ran through the stone beneath his feet and through the walls beside him, and when he asked them to do something, they did it. The floor between him and Quirrell's body lit up, a soft, deep gold, the color of the ring on his finger, following the rune lines that ran through the stone and that Harry had spent a night tracing and reinforcing. Founders' wards. Woven into the foundations, dormant for 300 years, never used because there had been no one to use them. Quirrell's body slammed backward into the mirror's frame and could not move. Not a physical force exactly, more like a structural reality. The space between Harry and the entity was now, as far as the castle was concerned, an active ward boundary, and the castle did not permit unauthorized access through its ward boundaries to the Lord Paramount's person. The thing inside Quirrell screamed. Not with Quirrell's voice, with something beneath it, something that had no body of its own, expressing the specific fury of something that has been thwarted by an obstacle it didn't know existed. Quirrell, Harry said, looking at the man's face. Quirinus. If you're still in there, the contact is burning you. The castle's recognizing the soul fragment in you as a contamination. I can feel it. He watched the face carefully. This is going to hurt either way. I'm sorry. The face changed. Flickered. For just a moment, behind the red-edged eyes, something else, someone else. Frightened, desperate, human. The face of a man who had made a catastrophic mistake. Harry, the voice was different. Thin, barely audible. I know, Harry said. I know. I can't help you the way you need. The healers might be able to. But not here. He promised, I know, Harry said again. He lies. That's what he does. The flickering stopped. The red came back, full force. The thing snarled in 2 voices at once and the contact light flared golden and Quirrell's hands came up and grabbed his own turban and then everything happened at once. The turban unwound. The back of Quirrell's head was not the back of Quirrell's head. The face on the back of Quirrell's skull was the most hideous thing Harry had ever seen and he had, by this point, seen quite a lot, chalk white, noseless, eyes like red wounds, a mouth that opened on something that was not sound but was felt in the bones. Harry did not step back. He didn't need to, because the castle's ward was holding, the golden light steady and implacable. But also, and this was the part he didn't have words for, he was not afraid. He looked at the ruined face of Lord Voldemort, at 10 years of exile compressed into something barely coherent, and felt something that was not courage exactly because courage implied overcoming fear and there was no fear there to overcome. There was only clarity. You are the reason my parents are dead. You are going to be the reason no one else's parents die. Not tonight. Not yet. But eventually. Nice to meet you properly, Harry said. Voldemort screamed. The castle screamed back. Every ward in the building fired simultaneously, not destructively, not against the students or the staff or any of the living things in the school, but in one focused, building-wide pulse that ran through every stone and every wall from the foundations to the highest tower. Harry felt it run through him too, and it was nothing like pain, it was more like standing at the center of a bell being struck, the sound going through you, every cell vibrating at once. Quirrell collapsed. Fell. The ward contact had been burning his skin since it activated, and the full ward pulse was too much for a body already compromised by months of possession. He went down, and the face on the back of his head made one final sound, and then something left. Harry felt it leave, felt the castle register it, the ward boundaries shifting as the foreign presence attempted to find a host, a direction, any purchase at all. It found none. The castle was not a body. The castle was stone and wards and living magic, and it did not have a face or hands or the kind of biological warmth that parasitic soul fragments needed to anchor to. And Harry was not available, because the ward that ran from the ring on his finger to every stone in every wall made him as much a part of the castle as a wall was, and you couldn't possess a wall. The presence dispersed. Harry stood in the chamber for a moment, breathing. The golden light faded slowly. The mirror's surface reflected him back, just himself, normal, messy-haired, wearing school robes at midnight in a dusty chamber under his own school. The mirror showed him nothing else. He was surprised by that for a second, and then he understood, the mirror showed your deepest desire, and his deepest desire, right now, was exactly this. To be here. To have stopped this. Footsteps behind him. The door opened. Dumbledore came in. He took in the room, Quirrell on the floor, the golden residue of the ward still visible in the stone, Harry standing alone, and his face did something that Harry didn't try to catalogue. He crossed to Quirrell quickly, knelt, pressed his fingers to the man's neck. Alive, Dumbledore said quietly. Barely. The Medawizards need to come immediately. He looked up at Harry. Are you hurt? No, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at the ward patterns on the floor. At the ring on Harry's finger. The castle, he said. Yes, Harry said. You asked it to intervene. I asked it to be itself, Harry said. It did the rest. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment, looking at him with those blue eyes that saw too much and had, in the last several weeks, at least started being honest about what they saw. He's gone. Dumbledore asked. For now, Harry said. Not permanently. The Horcruxes. Yes, Dumbledore said heavily. We need to find them, Harry said. That's the next thing. But not tonight. He looked at Quirrell on the floor. Get him to St. Mungo's. Tell them it's a possession case and they should approach it carefully. He paused. And tell them the possessing entity is gone. Whatever Quirrell did, he's still a person and he deserves the chance to be treated like one. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Your mother would have said exactly that, he said softly. I know, Harry said. Let's get him out of here. They came back through the challenges in the other direction, Dumbledore vanishing the unconscious Quirrell's weight to make carrying him manageable, Harry lighting the way with a lumos that was somehow brighter than it usually was, both of them quiet in the way that people who have just dealt with something serious are quiet. At the trapdoor, Harry went up first and found Ron, Hermione, and Neville exactly where he'd left them. All three were visibly tense, Hermione with her wand out, Ron positioned in front of the others in a way that was entirely instinctive and entirely characteristic. When Harry came up through the trapdoor they relaxed by degrees, first Ron, then Neville, then Hermione last, who looked at Harry with the kind of sharp assessment that was really a form of caring. You're all right, she said. I'm all right, he confirmed. Quirrell's not, he needs healers. Dumbledore's bringing him up. He looked at all three of them. He tried to get the stone. The castle stopped him. He's gone. A pause. Voldemort, Ron said quietly. Not a question. Yes, Harry said. Another pause. Neville had gone quite pale but was standing steady, which Harry noted and respected. Is it over? Neville asked. This part, Harry said. The larger part, no. Not yet. He looked at them, these three people who had stood at a door in the middle of the night without being asked to stay. But we've got time now. And we know what needs doing. Hermione was looking at him with an expression that had several layers to it. The Horcruxes, she said. You figured it out, Harry said. I found the source material Tuesday, she said. It's the only explanation that fits. Multiple anchors. He can't be killed while they exist. She looked at him steadily. That's a long game, Harry. I know, Harry said. Good thing we've got a school to work from. Dumbledore appeared through the trapdoor with Quirrell, and Harry stepped forward to help, and the five of them moved through the quiet dark third-floor corridor toward the main school, the castle warm and present around them, steady as foundations, old as stone. At the corridor junction, Harry stopped and looked back toward the forbidden passage one more time. The door was closed. Behind it, Fluffy was presumably still asleep. Below it, the challenges sat patient and intact, minus one dark parasite that had been using them as a maze. Harry felt the castle register the departure of the foreign presence, felt its wards settle back into their resting configuration, the way a body relaxes after being braced. He felt it notice that the Lord Paramount was still here, present, holding the ring that connected them. There you are, it said again, in no language at all. Still here, Harry thought back. He turned and walked toward the light. Chapter 5, Lords don't bow. The news about Quirrell broke at breakfast on Saturday. Not the full story, Harry hadn't released the full story, and wouldn't until he'd decided how much the wizarding world needed to know right now. What the school knew was that Professor Quirrell had been removed from Hogwarts in the early hours of Friday morning following a medical emergency, that he was currently at St. Mungo's under specialist care, and that defense against the dark arts would be covered by Professor McGonagall until a permanent replacement was found. What the school suspected was considerably more interesting, and the corridors buzzed with it all through Saturday morning in the particular way that schools process dramatic events, in clusters, in whispers, in the rapidly mutating oral tradition of several hundred young people who had all heard something slightly different and were combining their versions into something that was approximately true. Harry let it run. Controlling the story too tightly would raise more questions than leaving it partially open. He'd learned that from watching how Dumbledore had handled information over the years, too much control created the conditions for exactly the kind of explosive revelation that had happened at the welcoming feast. Better to let people know enough that they weren't inventing the dangerous parts. The four of them, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, ate breakfast together and said almost nothing about the previous night. They were all tired. Neville had barely slept, which showed in the specific quality of his silence, not withdrawn, just processing, the way thoughtful people processed large things. Ron ate a great deal, which was his version of the same thing. Hermione had a book open but wasn't reading it, her eyes moving across the same paragraph repeatedly while her mind was somewhere else entirely. Harry drank 3 cups of tea and looked at the ring on his finger and thought about Horcruxes. The stone was still in the chamber. He'd decided last night, in the 3 minutes between coming through the trapdoor and reaching the Gryffindor Tower, that moving it now was actually correct. The threat had departed with Quirrell's passenger, and keeping a philosopher's stone in a school when the threat it had attracted was gone was simply unnecessary risk. He'd send word to Flamel through Dumbledore. The stone was Flamel's, had always been Flamel's, and the old alchemist deserved to have it back. But the Horcruxes were a different problem. A longer problem. He'd spent the last 20 minutes of his morning, before coming down to breakfast, reading Hermione's research notes, which were thorough and organized and deeply alarming in the way that accurate information about deeply alarming things tended to be. She had found 5 confirmed historical references to the creation of Horcruxes. 3 were academic, written by researchers who were appalled by the concept and described it in clinical terms while clearly being fascinated against their will. 1 was from a restricted section text that she'd read twice based on the quantity of annotations in the margins. 1 was an interview excerpt from a wizard named Horace Slughorn that Hermione had found in an old issue of Transfiguration Today from 1967, in which Slughorn had made a reference that was clearly edited but whose original subject, based on the grammatical structure of the surrounding sentences, was obviously what Harry had asked her to research. He looked up from the thought to find Hermione looking at him. "Slughorn," she said quietly. "Slughorn," he agreed. "He's retired," she said. "But Dumbledore might know where he is." "I'll ask," Harry said. "There's also the question of what objects were used," she said, even more quietly, leaning slightly forward across the breakfast table. Ron looked up from his eggs. Neville looked up from his toast. "If Voldemort made more than one, and the research suggests the number is likely higher than 1, we need to know what we're looking for." "One thing at a time," Harry said. "Last night was last night. Today we rest and think. The Horcrux problem is a this-year problem, not a this-week problem." He looked at all 3 of them. "You all did well last night." "We stood in a corridor," Ron said. "You stood in a corridor in the middle of the night when you could have gone back to bed," Harry said. "That's not nothing." Ron absorbed this with a characteristic combination of dismissal and pleasure. Neville looked at his toast. "I wasn't brave," Neville said quietly. "I was scared the whole time." "That's what brave is," Harry said. "Being scared and standing there anyway." He meant it completely, and Neville seemed to know that, because he nodded once with something shifting in his expression, something that had been uncertain becoming less so. Fred and George Weasley appeared at Harry's shoulder simultaneously, which was becoming a regular occurrence and one Harry had stopped finding startling. "We heard," Fred said. "Things," George said. "About last night," Fred said. "Nothing specific," George said. "Obviously." "Obviously," Fred agreed. "Are you free this afternoon?" they said together. Harry looked at them. They looked back with the twin-specific quality of shared anticipation. "What for?" he said. "We have something to show you," Fred said. "About the castle." "Something we found," George said. "3rd year. We've never shown anyone." Harry glanced at Ron, who was attempting an expression of innocence that indicated he knew exactly what this was about. After lunch, Harry said to the twins, "Library entrance." They disappeared back down the table with identical grins. "What is it?" Harry asked Ron. "You'll see," Ron said, and went back to his eggs with the air of someone keeping a secret and enjoying it. The Marauders map was extraordinary. Harry sat in a small empty classroom off the 2nd-floor corridor where Fred had disillusioned the door, and he looked at the folded parchment that had become a complete, living, moving map of Hogwarts castle and grounds, every room labeled, every corridor marked, every person in the school represented by a small moving dot with their name written next to it in tiny script. "Where did you get this?" he asked. "Found it," Fred said. "Filch's office, 1st term, 3rd year. He'd confiscated it years ago from some students. Never worked out how to use it." Harry looked at the map more carefully. In the corner, in the same compressed handwriting that labeled everything else, for names, Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, wished to present. His father. The map had been made by his father. The names were nicknames. He'd worked that out in about 30 seconds, but one of them was clearly his father's, the stag Patronus that James Potter had apparently been able to transform into. Prongs. And one of them was someone called Wormtail, and one was Mooney, and one was Padfoot, and all 4 had apparently made this extraordinary object at some point during their time at Hogwarts. He looked at it for a long time. "You can have it," George said. "We made copies. Our copies aren't quite as good as the original," We've been adding to them for 2 years, but they're functional. He paused. The original seems like it should be yours. For, reasons. Harry folded the map carefully and put it in his pocket. Thank you, he said, and meant it in more ways than he could articulate. Also, Fred said, in the tone of someone raising a related but separate point, there are 7 secret passages out of the castle. 3 of them are on the map. 4 of them are not because we found them and haven't marked them yet. He produced a smaller parchment. We thought you should know about them. Harry took the parchment. Why are you telling me all of this? Fred and George looked at each other with the specific communication of twins. Because you're the first person in charge of this school who's ever going to use it properly, George said simply. And because, Fred added, if you're going to actually run this place, you should know the bits that aren't in the official maps. Harry looked at them. I'd like to make you an official offer, he said. Informal castle intelligence consultants. I'm not going to pay you in gold, you'd probably prefer something more interesting. Priority access to the new potion supply room, Fred said immediately. Done, Harry said. Within reason. And I'll need you to brief me on anything unusual you notice, in exchange. Unusual is our specialty, George said. They shook on it. Sunday passed in genuine rest, which Harry had decided was both necessary and a form of preparation. He went to the Quidditch pitch with Ron and passed a quaffle back and forth badly for an hour, which was not a skill either of them had and which they both found comprehensively amusing. He read for 2 hours in the common room, not administrative texts this time but a book on Animagus theory that Hermione had pressed on him on the grounds that his father's connection to the Marauders map suggested he should know the history. He thought about his father a lot that day. Not painfully, or not only painfully. With a kind of curiosity that felt healthy, like something that had been frozen was slowly becoming liquid. James Potter had walked these corridors, had made this map, had apparently been talented and arrogant in equal measure and had, by most accounts, become considerably better in his later years. Had fallen in love with someone who'd initially disliked him. Had died to protect his family. Harry didn't know him. He was never going to know him in the way children were supposed to know their parents. But he was here, in this school, with his father's map in his pocket and his great-great-many-greats-grandfather's ring on his finger, and that was something. He slept well for the first time since September 1st. Monday morning arrived with a ministry owl. Not a letter this time. A formal summons, stamped in ministry purple, delivered by the most self-important owl Harry had ever seen. It sat on the breakfast table and refused to leave until someone acknowledged the document, which Harry did by taking it, reading it, and handing it back with his written response on the bottom. The owl looked at the response. Looked at Harry. Left. What did it say? Hermione asked. Minister Fudge is coming to Hogwarts on Wednesday, Harry said. In person. He wants a formal meeting about the governance situation. What did you write back? Ron asked. That Wednesday at 2 o'clock was acceptable, and that the meeting would be held in the headmistress's office with Professor McGonagall present as a witness. Harry picked up his pumpkin juice. And that he was welcome to bring his legal team, as I would be bringing mine. You have a legal team? Ron said. Gringotts has a legal team, Harry said. Ragnarok has been in contact with a wizarding barrister named Goldsmith who specializes in institutional magical law. She's been engaged since last week. Hermione looked at him with the expression that had become her default setting for things Harry had arranged before she'd realized they needed arranging. You engaged a barrister before the ministry requested a meeting, she said. Ragnarok suggested it the morning of the ritual, Harry said. He said the ministry would push back and that having legal representation in place before the pushback arrived was standard practice. Ragnarok was right, Hermione said. Ragnarok is usually right about things involving institutional power, Harry said. That's partly why he's director. Tuesday was normal in the specific way that things were normal when you knew Wednesday was coming. Harry went to classes, attended a Quidditch practice that was brisk and cold and clarifying, ate meals with his friends, had an evening meeting with McGonagall that was more administrative than strategic, budget items, a staffing question about defense, a facilities update from Madam Hooch about the goalposts. McGonagall had settled into the headmistress role with a decisiveness that made Harry think she'd been waiting for it, consciously or not, for a very long time. She ran the school with the efficient warmth of someone who genuinely loved it and had very specific opinions about how it should function. She had also, Harry noticed, started making decisions with a directness she hadn't had in the first week, fewer qualifications, less checking over her shoulder. She was acting like the headmistress instead of acting like the person performing the role while waiting for permission. She'd caught him noticing this on Thursday and had given him a look that said she'd noticed him noticing and was choosing to be dignified about it. He liked her enormously. "The Malfoy situation," she said, at the end of their Tuesday meeting. "I know," Harry said. "He's been in contact with 2 other board members since the Herald published," she said. "Governor Greengrass and Governor Fawley. The other 4 haven't responded to his overtures, as far as I can tell. Fawley's family has Hogwarts connections going back to the 14th century, Harry said. He's not going to side with a challenge to the compact on principle, it would contradict his own family history. He thought about Greengrass. Greengrass I'm less certain about. Malfoy has influence with her family through several business connections." He paused. "I want to write to her directly before Wednesday. Not about the governance question, about her daughter." McGonagall looked at him. "Her daughter?" "Daphne Greengrass is in my year," Harry said. "Slytherin. She's been doing exceptional work in Transfiguration, according to what I've observed. I want to write to Governor Greengrass and acknowledge her daughter's performance specifically, recognize it from the Lord Paramount's office. Not as manipulation. I actually think Daphne's work is exceptional." He paused. "But the letter will also make clear that I'm paying attention to students as individuals regardless of house, which communicates something broader to her mother." McGonagall looked at him steadily. "You want Greengrass to understand that you see her daughter as a person worth investing in." "I want Greengrass to understand that this school, under my authority, will treat her daughter with the same consideration and recognition as any other student," Harry said. "Which happens to be true. The political benefit is secondary." A pause. "I'll draft the letter tonight and have it to you by morning," McGonagall said. Her expression was the controlled almost smile. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said. Wednesday at 1:30, Harry was in McGonagall's office when the Gringotts legal team arrived. 3 of them, Goldsmith, a sharp-faced woman in dark blue robes who shook Harry's hand with the brisk efficiency of someone whose time was consistently valuable, and 2 associates who settled into chairs and opened documents with the practiced precision of people who did this regularly and were good at it. "Lord Potter," Goldsmith said. "I've reviewed all the documentation Ragnarok sent. Your position is extremely strong. The board's 3 arguments have the following vulnerabilities." She produced a single parchment and went through them in under 5 minutes, clean, clear, no wasted language. Harry listened with full attention and asked 2 questions, both of which she answered without needing to consult her notes. "Fudge's likely approach?" Harry asked. "He'll try to be reasonable," Goldsmith said. "He wants a negotiated outcome. He doesn't want a legal battle because a legal battle will be public and a public legal battle that he loses, which he would, becomes a political problem." She paused. "Watch for the offer of a ceremonial title with no actual authority. It'll be dressed up nicely. The language will be respectful. The structure will be designed to preserve the ministry's oversight role while giving you a very prestigious letterhead." "And the counter?" Harry said. "You don't need to offer a counter," she said. "You can simply decline the offer and restate your actual position. You don't need to negotiate because you're not the party asking for something. They are." She looked at him. "One other thing. Lucius Malfoy may come with Fudge. They have a significant relationship. If Malfoy is in the room, his purpose is to make the offer seem reasonable by being unreasonable in comparison. Don't let him reset your reference point. Understood, Harry said. McGonagall, sitting to Harry's left, made a small approving sound that she may or may not have intended to be audible. At 5-2, Professor Flitwick knocked and poked his head in to say the minister's party had arrived and was being escorted up by the portraits. Harry straightened his robes, looked at the ring on his finger, and thought about the morning he'd stood in the ritual chamber and watched the scroll write itself. Let the blood of Gryffindor be welcomed home. Right, he said. Let them in. Cornelius Fudge was shorter than Harry had imagined. He had a well-constructed political face, warm eyes, a solid handshake, a lime-green bowler hat that he removed upon entering with a theatrical courtesy. He radiated the specific energy of someone who had survived a great many rooms by immediately making himself the most comfortable person in them, and he did it well enough that Harry could see how it had gotten him where he was. Behind him came a woman in pink, Dolores Umbridge, Harry registered, the author of the pink ink letter. She had a smile that sat in her face like something installed, and eyes that were assessing everything with careful efficiency. She was more dangerous than Fudge, Harry decided immediately. Fudge wanted a smooth outcome. Umbridge wanted something specific, and she hadn't decided yet whether smooth was the way to get it. And behind them, in dark robes with his silver blonde hair perfectly arranged, came Lucius Malfoy. He looked at Harry the way people looked at problems they expected to solve shortly. Harry looked back at him with complete neutrality. Lord Potter, Fudge said, crossing the room with his hand extended. What a remarkable young man. I've been looking forward to this meeting very much. Harry shook his hand. Minister. Thank you for coming. Of course, of course. Fudge settled into the chair across from Harry's side of the desk with the ease of someone used to taking the primary seat in any room. His eyes moved to the Gringotts legal team and the warmth in them adjusted, not disappearing, recalibrating. I see you've come prepared. I believe in being thorough, Harry said. This is Advocate Goldsmith from Gringotts, acting on my behalf. You're welcome to have your own legal team present, I assumed you would. Oh, we don't need to make this adversarial, Fudge said, and laughed in a way that was meant to be reassuring. We're all on the same side here. We all want what's best for Hogwarts. Then we'll have a short meeting, Harry said agreeably. Malfoy took a seat to Fudge's right and folded his hands and said nothing, which Harry noted. He was waiting. Setting himself up for a specific moment. Harry, Lord Potter, Fudge caught himself with a gracious smile. The ministry's position is simply this: Hogwarts is a national institution. It educates every magical child in Britain. Its governance matters to every family in this country, and the Ministry of Magic, as the representative body of Wizarding Britain, has a natural and long-established interest in ensuring its stability. He spread his hands. The events of September 1st raised some questions. Legitimate questions that the public is asking and that we, as responsible institutions, need to address together. What are the questions? Harry asked. Well, Fudge glanced briefly at Umbridge, a micro-movement that Harry caught. The questions center on whether a student, a first-year student, however remarkable, can effectively hold a governance authority over an educational institution while also being a pupil within it. The conflict of interest alone, there's no conflict of interest in the compact, Goldsmith said cleanly. The Lord Paramount's authority is an ownership interest, not an administrative role. Lord Potter has appointed Professor McGonagall as headmistress. The day-to-day educational function of the school is conducted by qualified staff under her leadership. The Lord Paramount's role is oversight and ultimate authority on matters of institutional significance. She paused one beat. Which is, incidentally, precisely analogous to any board-level ownership structure in wizarding commercial law. Fudge's warmth ticked down a degree. Umbridge's smile became slightly more fixed. The compact itself, Fudge said. The ministry hasn't had the opportunity to review. It was submitted to the Wisengamot Registration Office 8 days ago, Harry said. The case number is GM 1991-447. The hearing date is November the 15th. The documentation includes Gringotts' full bloodline analysis, the original founder's compact text located in the school's own archive and independently verified, and 17 attestations from the castle's ward behavior conducted by 3 separate qualified magical architects. He paused. You've had the opportunity to review it. Your office received a copy the same morning it was filed. Fudge's warmth ticked down again. Minister, Harry said, and he kept his voice even and his posture easy because he was not asking for anything, was not nervous about anything, and wanted that to be clear. I understand why this is complicated for the ministry. An authority structure that predates the ministry, that operates outside its oversight, that is legitimate but unfamiliar, that's uncomfortable. I appreciate that. He met Fudge's eyes. But the compact is real. The bloodline is real. The castle's recognition of my authority is real. I'm not claiming something that isn't mine. This is mine. It's been mine since Godric Gryffindor built it and named his bloodline as its stewards. A silence. Lucius Malfoy moved. Subtly, a shift in his chair, a slight change in the angle of his attention that said he'd decided this was his moment. Lord Potter, he said. His voice was smooth and carrying, the voice of someone who had practiced it. No one disputes the sincerity of your claim. The documentation is impressive. The question is one of capacity. He let that word sit for a moment. You are 11 years old. The governance of a school that educates over 1,000 students, manages a substantial financial endowment, and maintains relationships with the ministry, the board, and the international wizarding community, he smiled. That requires experience and judgment that cannot, by any reasonable measure, be expected of someone who arrived at this school 3 weeks ago. The room was quiet. Fudge looked at his hands. Umbridge had her wand out, resting on her knee, which Harry noted. You're right, Harry said. Malfoy blinked. He'd expected resistance. Agreement was not in his script. That's exactly why I've appointed Professor McGonagall as headmistress, Harry continued. She has 39 years of experience at this institution and is one of the most respected educators in Wizarding Britain. The administrative complexity you're describing is her responsibility, and she's exceptional at it. He looked at Malfoy directly. My role is to ensure that this school is governed in the interest of its students, that its resources are properly managed, and that the authority granted to it by its founders is exercised with integrity. I don't need to be 40 years old to do that. I need to understand what I'm responsible for and take it seriously. A pause. Which I do. Malfoy recovered smoothly. And the Board of Governors, he said. 7 individuals with decades of experience in educational governance, with families who have supported this school financially and institutionally for generations, you intend to simply set them aside? The board operates in an advisory capacity under the compact, Harry said. That doesn't mean I won't listen to them. I've already been in correspondence with 4 of the 7 governors and found those conversations useful. He paused on the number. 4. Not the 2 or 3 that Malfoy was probably expecting. Something moved in Malfoy's eyes. A very careful reassessment. 4 governors, he said. Governors Folly, Abbott, Bones, and Davis, Harry said. All 4 indicated they're comfortable with the compact's terms once they'd read the full documentation. He looked at Malfoy with the same neutral directness he'd used since the man walked in. The board isn't dissolved, Mr. Malfoy. It's repositioned. If that concerns you, I'd suggest that means you've been using the board's previous authority for purposes that don't survive the repositioning. The room was very quiet. Malfoy's composure was extraordinary, it held, perfectly, with no visible crack. But something behind his eyes was doing rapid and unhappy calculations, and Harry watched it happen with the particular calm of someone who had prepared for exactly this. This is unprecedented, Fudge said, in the tone of someone reaching for a rope. Yes, Harry agreed. So was Voldemort's first rise. So was his defeat. So was a great many things that Wizarding Britain has eventually accommodated. He looked at the minister. What I'm offering, minister, is a Hogwarts that is better run, better resourced, and better protected than it has been. A school where students learn to their actual ability, where staff are properly supported, where the political games that have been played in these corridors for decades stop being played. He paused. The ministry's legitimate oversight interest in magical education doesn't go away. I have no objection to the ministry inspecting curriculum standards, monitoring safety protocols, or participating in the governance of magical education in Britain in the ways that educational law already provides for. He held Fudge's eyes. What I'm not going to do is let the ministry use those legitimate interests as a vehicle for controlling an institution that isn't theirs to control. The compact is clear. Gringotts is clear. The castle is clear. He let a brief silence settle. Are we clear? Fudge looked at him. He looked at Goldsmith. He looked, briefly, at Umbridge, who gave him nothing. He looked at Malfoy, who was looking at the middle distance with the expression of someone reorganizing a strategy. I'll need to discuss this with my colleagues, Fudge said. Of course, Harry said. The Wisengamot hearing is November 15th. After that date, the compact is formally registered and the legal position is settled. Anything the ministry wants to discuss before then, I'm available. He stood, which concluded the meeting in the cleanest possible way. Thank you for coming, Minister. Fudge stood. Shook Harry's hand again, with less warmth and more caution than the first time. Lord Potter, he said, in a tone that had moved from warm management to the more honest register of someone recalibrating what they were dealing with. Umbridge shook his hand with her installed smile and said, such a remarkable young man, in a voice that meant approximately the opposite. Malfoy did not shake his hand. He stood, straightened his robes, and looked at Harry with those calculating pale eyes for a moment. Lord Potter, he said. Mr. Malfoy, Harry said. Give my regards to your son. Something flickered. Draco Malfoy was in Harry's year, was in his classes, was currently occupying a social position in Slytherin that was primarily built on his father's name and the expectation that his father's name would continue to matter in all the ways it had previously mattered. Harry had been watching him for 3 weeks, not with hostility, with interest. Draco Malfoy was intelligent, genuinely so, and used it almost entirely for the wrong things, which Harry found both frustrating and understandable given his circumstances. The flicker in Lucius Malfoy's eyes was complex. Something parental that he hadn't expected to feel about this particular moment. He left without another word. When the ministry party was gone, the room exhaled. McGonagall set down the quill she'd been using to take notes and looked at Harry with an expression that had entirely abandoned any pretense of being controlled. 4 governors, she said. Folly reached out to me directly after reading the Herald, Harry said. He introduced me to Abbott. Abbott knows Bones through the Wisengamot, and Davis is an old Hogwarts friend of Abbott's. He sat back down. Malfoy was trying to consolidate the board as a unified opposition. He's been assuming he had 6 votes. He doesn't. When did you know that? Since last Thursday, Harry said. I didn't want to use it until he'd committed to the strategy. Goldsmith was packing her documents with the brisk satisfaction of someone who has done a good job. That went well, she said, which from her tone was the equivalent of most people saying it had been extraordinary. The Wisengamot hearing will be straightforward after today. Fudge will not formally oppose you. He'll come to an accommodation. And Malfoy? McGonagall said. Malfoy will think of something else, Harry said. He always does. But it'll take him time to find the new angle, and by then the hearing will be done and the compact will be formally registered and his options narrow considerably. He paused. The thing to watch for is him going after something indirect. Students, staff, something that affects the school without directly challenging my authority. McGonagall's expression sharpened. The students he has influence over. His son. Possibly, Harry said. Or the Slytherin situation more broadly. The house has been used as a political tool by certain families for a long time. If Malfoy can't get at the school through the board, he might try through the social pressure he can apply on Slytherin students. He looked at McGonagall. Who's head of Slytherin? Snape, she said. Of course it is, Harry said. Right. He found Snape in the potions classroom that evening, which was where Snape usually was when he wasn't teaching, and which Harry was beginning to think was Snape's version of the library, the place where he went to think in a space that was his. Malfoy, Harry said, sitting down without being invited. Snape looked up from the potion he was preparing. It was something complex and slow, requiring occasional stirring, and he handled the equipment with the unconscious ease of total expertise. He was here today, Snape said. I know. He came with fudge. Harry watched the potion. He's going to try something through Slytherin. Family pressure on students, using their loyalties to their parents to create problems inside the school. He has done this before, Snape said. During Voldemort's first rise, families used their Hogwarts children as information sources. The social structure of Slytherin House made it easy. Students told their parents things, parents used those things. He stirred, slow and precise. Most of those students had no idea what they were contributing to. Including you? Harry said. A pause. I was not without awareness, Snape said. I was without wisdom, which is different. I understood what the structure was. I participated in it anyway. He stopped stirring. I have certain regrets about that period of my life that are not relevant to this conversation. They might be relevant to this one, Harry said. Because the students in Slytherin right now are in the same position you were. They're intelligent, some of them, and they've been given a framework for thinking about the world that serves their parents' interests before their own. If Malfoy tries to use them, they might go along with it without fully understanding what they're doing. Snape looked at him. And you want me to, I want you to be their head of house, Harry said simply. Properly. Not just the authority figure who enforces discipline and manages the house's Quidditch performance. I want you to be the adult in their lives who is specifically and clearly on their side. He paused. You can do that without betraying your own history or your own politics. You just have to decide that those students matter more than the political game. The potion simmered between them. Snape was quiet for a long time. The torchlight caught the angles of his face, the years in it, the things he'd done and the things he'd lost and the particular expression of someone who has been asked to be better than their worst decisions and isn't sure yet if they can manage it. There is a student in second year, Snape said finally. Marcus Flint's cousin. Her father has been writing to her with instructions about, gathering information. About you. About McGonagall. What decisions are being made? He paused. She came to me because she didn't know what to do. What did you tell her? Harry asked. I told her I would handle it, Snape said. I have not yet determined how. Tell her she doesn't have to do it, Harry said. Tell her that whatever her father threatens, she has the protection of this school. My protection, specifically, if that helps. He looked at Snape steadily. And then write to her father and make clear that using his child as an intelligence asset is something he should reconsider. He will not take that well from me, Snape said. No, Harry agreed. But he'll take it. Because the alternative is the Lord Paramount of Hogwarts writing to him, and that comes with considerably more weight. He paused. Do it your way first. If it doesn't hold, I'll follow up. Snape looked at the potion. Looked at Harry. You are changing things I did not expect to change, he said, in the flat tone that was his version of saying something he found difficult to say. Things needed changing, Harry said. Yes, Snape said. They did. He picked up the stirring rod. Third period on Thursday, I am rearranging the lesson structure for my first through third years. Less performance, more instruction. He said it as though it were a minor administrative note. I thought you should be informed. Harry stood up. Thank you, Professor. He was at the door when Snape said, Your father would have been insufferable about all of this. Harry stopped. Probably, he agreed. Your mother would have been exactly this way, Snape said. Precisely this way. A brief silence. She would have been very proud. Harry stood in the doorway for a moment with that sitting in his chest, warm and heavy and real. Thank you, he said. He meant it. The Wisengamot hearing was November 15th and it lasted 45 minutes, which Goldsmith had predicted and which surprised everyone else. The chamber was full, more Wisengamot members present than standard registration hearings usually attracted, which meant the news had traveled and people were curious. Harry sat at the petitioner's table with Goldsmith at his left and Ragnarok, who had come in person, at his right, and he looked at the assembled witches and wizards in their plum-colored robes and felt the ring on his finger and thought about how many rooms like this one he was going to sit in over the course of his life. The arguments were made cleanly. Goldsmith was excellent, precise, authoritative, unflappable. The opposition, such as it was, came from a ministry council who made the three board arguments in polished legal language and received polished legal dismantling in return. Fudge was not present, which told Harry something. The minister had decided not to personally align himself with a position he expected to lose. Malfoy was present. He sat in his Wisengamot seat in the second row and watched the proceedings with a neutrality that Harry recognized as strategic patience. He was not going to fight this battle in this room, today. He was thinking about a different battle. Harry noted it. Filed it. The presiding Wisengamot member, an elderly witch named Griselda Marchbanks who turned out to be the same Madame Marchbanks Harry had written to in early September, looked at the documentation one final time and looked over her spectacles at Harry. The documentation is thorough, she said. The castle attestations are persuasive. The bloodline analysis is unambiguous. She paused. I have one question for Lord Potter directly. Of course, Harry said. You are 11 years old, she said, without the condescension that phrase usually carried from adults. Just as fact. This authority you're claiming is permanent and substantial. It will shape this institution for decades. What is it you intend to do with it? Harry looked at her. I intend to make sure every student at Hogwarts is safe, properly taught, and treated as someone worth investing in, he said. I intend to make sure the school's resources are used for education and not for other agendas. I intend to make sure that no child at that school is managed or controlled or used as a piece in a larger game by the adults who are supposed to be caring for them. He paused. And I intend to learn, alongside everyone else there, as much as I possibly can. Because a school exists for learning, and I'm a student in mine. Marchbanks looked at him for a long moment over her spectacles. Registered, she said. The chamber record keepers wrote it down in the great leather-bound volumes that sat on their stand to the left of the dais, and the date and the name and the words Lord Paramount, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry were entered into the permanent record of wizarding Britain, and that was that. Harry walked out of the ministry into the grey November afternoon and stood on the pavement while the street moved around him and thought about September 1st and the boy who had been standing outside number 4 Privet Drive at 6:30 in the morning with a second-hand trunk and absolutely no idea what was about to happen. That boy and this one were the same person. He hadn't changed, not fundamentally, not in the ways that mattered. He still wanted the same things he'd always wanted, even before he'd had words for them. To belong somewhere. To matter to people. To do something real. He had all three now. Ragnarok fell into step beside him, which was impressive given the height differential. Well done, Lord Potter, he said. We're not finished, Harry said. No, Ragnarok agreed, with distinct satisfaction. We are not. Harry pulled his coat tighter against the November air and walked toward the apparition point where McGonagall was waiting to take them back to Hogwarts. Behind him, in the ministry building, a man with silver blonde hair watched him go through a high window, and his expression was the expression of someone who has lost a battle and is already thinking very clearly about the war. Chapter 6, The Philosopher's Stone and the Throne Room. December arrived with frost on the windows and snow on the grounds and the specific collective energy of a school counting down to the holidays. Harry noticed the change in the castle first, the way it registered winter differently from autumn, the wards settling into a tighter configuration, the warmth redistributing itself through the corridors in patterns that suggested the building had been doing this for 1,000 years and had strong opinions about thermal management. He'd been living with the castle's ambient presence for 3 months now and had developed a fluency with it that he couldn't quite explain to anyone except Hermione, who treated it with the same systematic curiosity she brought to everything and had, over November, produced a 14-page analysis of Founders Era ward architecture that was genuinely the best thing he'd read since the Gringotts documents. He was reading it for the second time on a Tuesday morning when Hedwig arrived with a letter from Nicholas Flamel. He'd written to Flamel through Dumbledore in October, a careful letter, respectful of the man's considerable age and the sensitivity of the subject, explaining the situation with the stone and what had happened on the 3rd floor and his intention to return it. Flamel had not written back immediately, which Harry had taken as either slowness characteristic of someone who had lived for 600 years and developed a different relationship with urgency, or the caution of someone deciding whether to trust. This letter suggested the latter. It was short, written in a hand that was old but precise. Lord Potter, your letter was forwarded to me by Albus. I have considered it carefully. The stone is mine, as you say, and I would have it returned. But first I would ask one question, which I put to you directly because I believe you will answer it directly. Did you know, when you prevented the theft, that returning the stone to me would end my wife's life and shortly thereafter my own? We are old, Perenelle and I, old beyond natural reckoning, and the stone is what sustains us. Without it, we have perhaps a year. I ask because the decision to return it is yours as much as mine. You hold the stone's location. You could choose otherwise. What do you choose, and why? And, Flamel. Harry read it twice. Sat with it. Then he got up and went to find Dumbledore. Dumbledore was in his former office, which had been converted into a study by the simple method of Dumbledore living in it as though it were a study. He had books everywhere, correspondence in organized piles that probably made sense to him, and a phoenix on a perch by the window that regarded Harry with one bright eye and made a sound like a warm chord when he came in. Fawkes, Harry said, which he knew from Dumbledore's descriptions. The phoenix blinked at him with what seemed like approval. Dumbledore looked up from his desk. Harry. Sit down. Harry sat and put Flamel's letter on the desk. Dumbledore read it without expression. You knew, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. He said it without evasion or preparation, which Harry appreciated. I have known Nicholas Flamel for many years. I knew the stone's role in their longevity. The decision to bring it here was made with that awareness. And if it had been stolen successfully? Harry said. If Quirrell had gotten it to Voldemort? Then Voldemort would have used it to restore himself to full power, and the Flamels would have lost the stone regardless. He paused. I considered the possibility that the stone's destruction, or its return to Flamel, was, in either case, a better outcome than Voldemort's restoration. You considered it, Harry said. Did you tell Flamel that? Nicholas understands the stakes, Dumbledore said. He has always understood them. He looked at the letter. He is asking you because he has decided that the decision is yours. Why? Harry said. He's the owner. Because you're the one who stopped it, Dumbledore said quietly. Because you held the castle against Voldemort at 11 years old and kept the stone safe, and in Nicholas's experience, the person who protects something earns a voice in what happens to it. He paused. Also, I suspect, because he is curious about you. Harry looked at the letter. At the question in it. What do you choose, and why? He knew the answer. Had known it, honestly, before he'd walked down here. But there was something important about being honest about why. Returning it is right, he said. Not because it ends their lives, that's the hardest part of it, not the justification for it. But because the stone existing in the world creates a target. It will always be a target. Whatever Flamel does with the time they have, they've had 6 centuries of it, which is more than anyone has a right to expect, and they made the choice to be ready for this. He looked at Dumbledore. And because the alternative is keeping it here or somewhere else and spending the next decade wondering who's going to try for it next, and the stone is not worth building the rest of this around. He paused. Also because it's his. It's Flamel's. I don't get to make that choice for him by keeping it without asking. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment with those blue eyes that had been watching him for 3 months now and had, Harry thought, been doing something more than observing. Learning, maybe. Revising old certainties. What will you write to him? Dumbledore asked. Exactly what I just said to you, Harry said. He asked for honesty. He took the letter back, went upstairs to his room, and wrote to Nicholas Flamel. He wrote for 20 minutes and said everything he'd said to Dumbledore and more. He said he was sorry, genuinely, that the world made this the right choice, and that if there was anything Hogwarts or the Potter estate could do for Flamel and his wife in the time they had, he meant that as a real offer and not a gesture. He told Flamel that 6 centuries of knowledge accumulated by 2 of the sharpest minds in magical history deserved to be shared before it was lost, and asked if Flamel would consider coming to Hogwarts and speaking to students. Not about the stone, not about immortality. About anything Flamel thought was worth knowing. He sent it with Hedwig, who departed with the particular dignity of an owl who understood she was carrying something important. He went to Charms. Mid-December. The stone was returned through Gringotts, quietly, 2 weeks before the holidays. Nobody outside Harry's immediate circle knew it had moved. The chamber beneath the 3rd floor remained sealed. Harry had left the protections in place partly for security and partly out of a respect for the craftsmanship that had gone into them. 6 teachers had contributed to those challenges and they were genuinely good work, especially Snape's potion puzzle and McGonagall's enchanted chess set, and dismantling good work because the specific threat had passed seemed wasteful. Quirrell was still at St. Mungo's. The healers had confirmed Snape's assessment, possession, severe, the kind that left marks. They were cautiously optimistic about his recovery, which Harry took to mean he would survive but be significantly changed. He'd arranged for the school to cover Quirrell's medical costs from the Staff Welfare Fund, which had been reinstated in October. When McGonagall had looked at him across the desk over that particular line item, he'd said it simply, he was being used by something. That doesn't make what he did right, but it makes it more complicated than just bad choices. She hadn't argued. Defense against the dark arts had been competently covered by McGonagall, who taught it with a brisk excellence that made students simultaneously grateful and slightly terrified in exactly the right proportions. Finding a permanent replacement was on Harry's list for the Christmas break. Dumbledore had suggestions, several of them, and for once Harry was inclined to listen to most of them, because Dumbledore's knowledge of who was genuinely expert in the field was unmatched. They'd been meeting every Tuesday evening since the 3rd floor incident, and the conversations had moved from cautious to something more honest over the weeks. Not easy, probably never entirely easy, but real. Lucius Malfoy had been quiet since the Wizengamot hearing. This bothered Harry more than the Howler had. The last day before the Christmas holidays was a Friday, and the school had the particular fizzing energy of some were collectively counting down the hours. Last classes, trunk packing, the owl post chaos of students sending and receiving final letters before traveling. Harry went through it all doing exactly what everyone else was doing, packing, saying goodbye to classmates who were going home, eating an enormous lunch at the Gryffindor table with Ron and Hermione and Neville and Luna, who had attached herself to their group so gradually that nobody could pinpoint the moment she'd simply been one of them. He was staying at Hogwarts for the holidays. He'd written to the Dursleys, a brief, civil letter explaining this, which he suspected they'd received with relief in both directions. He had no interest in Privet Drive and they had no interest in him, and at least now that was an honest arrangement rather than a pretend one. Ron had invited him to the Burrow with the genuine warmth of someone whose family had already, apparently, decided they were keeping Harry whether he wanted it or not. Molly Weasley's letter, which had arrived shortly after Ron's, contained 3 different types of invitation and the implicit suggestion that Harry had not been properly fed in recent memory and this needed addressing. He was going to the Burrow for 3 days in the middle of the break. The rest of the time he'd be at Hogwarts. He wanted the quiet. He had things to think about. But first there was today, and today had something happening that Harry hadn't been able to prepare for, because he hadn't known it was coming. He was in the library after lunch, alone for the first time in what felt like weeks, making notes on the Horcrux research that Hermione had expanded substantially over the term, when the door opened and Dumbledore came in. He looked, Harry thought, different from how he usually looked. The composed warmth was present but the layer of calculation beneath it was quieter. He looked, for once, like simply an old man. "Harry," he said. "There's something I'd like to show you. If you're willing." Harry looked up. "Now. If you have the time," Dumbledore said. "Though I should tell you that you may find it difficult." Harry closed his notebook. "Show me." They walked to the 7th floor, which Harry knew had several rooms with unusual properties. He discovered most of them through the castle's ambient guidance and the Marauder's map. Dumbledore stopped in front of a stretch of wall that Harry knew, from the map, contained a room that appeared and disappeared depending on circumstances. He'd been meaning to investigate it properly but hadn't gotten to it. The room that appeared was dark and full of things, cluttered, complex, the organized chaos of a space where objects accumulated over time. And at the far end of it, illuminated by a shaft of winter light from a window that seemed to have no exterior corresponding to it, was the mirror. The mirror of Erist. It had been moved up here at some point. Harry had felt it leave the 3rd floor chamber without fully registering where it had gone, preoccupied with the stone's return. He stood in front of it now, at a distance, and looked at the inscription across the top and felt the thing the mirror did, the subtle pull of it, the way it reached for something in you. "I brought you here," Dumbledore said, "because there is something I showed this mirror when I was standing in front of it this autumn, before you arrived." He stopped. "I show you this with your permission. Not as a lesson. Not as a manipulation. As an honest thing between people who have decided to be honest with each other." Harry looked at him. "Show me." Dumbledore stepped up to the mirror. In the glass, Harry saw Dumbledore's reflection, aged and silver-haired and still, and beside it a younger figure, a young man with auburn hair and bright clever eyes who was laughing at something. Not laughing at Dumbledore, laughing with him, the way people laugh who are deeply comfortable with each other. The reflection Dumbledore was laughing too. His whole face was open in a way that the real Dumbledore's face wasn't, had probably not been in a very long time. "Gellert Grindelwald," Dumbledore said. "Before." He said the name with the particular weight of someone who has said it 10,000 times in private and each time had to decide whether to say it at all. "I was young, and brilliant, and arrogant, and I loved him. And I looked away from what he was becoming because looking away was easier." He stepped back from the mirror. "The war I fought against him, the war that made me the great Albus Dumbledore, as history tells it, began in a grief I spent decades refusing to admit was grief." Harry looked at the mirror. At the 2 laughing figures. "You told me this," Harry said, because you asked me, months ago, to be honest with you," Dumbledore said. "And I have been trying to be, about the things that matter to managing the current situation. But this," he gestured toward the mirror. "This is the honest thing underneath all the other honest things. I made choices based on guilt. I managed you, and others, and this school, in part because controlling outcomes is how I have responded to every situation where I felt helpless since I was 18 years old." He looked at Harry directly. "That is not an excuse. But you deserve to know the machinery." Harry sat with it. The mirror showed nothing to Harry himself. It respected distance, perhaps, or perhaps the Lord Paramount's connection to the castle gave him a kind of immunity to its pull. He wasn't sure. He looked at the 2 figures laughing in the glass and thought about the young man Dumbledore had been and the old man he'd become and the distance between them that was shaped like a war and a dead sister and 60 years of atonement that kept finding new forms. You loved him, Harry said. And then you had to fight him. Yes. That's a terrible thing to carry, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him with something that was quietly startled, the look of someone who expected judgment and received something else. It is, he said. Yes. What would have helped? Harry asked. Not rhetorically. Genuinely. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. Someone who knew, he said eventually. Someone who knew the full thing, from the beginning, and wasn't afraid of it. He looked at the mirror. Everyone who knew fragments. No one who knew the whole. I kept the whole myself for 70 years and called it responsibility. Harry looked at him. Tell the whole thing to someone, he said. I don't mean me, necessarily, though I'll listen if you want. I mean anyone. Put it down somewhere that isn't only inside you. He paused. Secrets kept entirely alone become the shape of the person keeping them. You're more than this one. The room was very quiet. You are, Dumbledore said slowly, an extremely unusual 11-year-old. 12, Harry said. As of July. Something that was genuinely, warmly a smile moved across Dumbledore's face. Not the professional warmth, not the political charm, something smaller and more real. 12, he said. Forgive me. Harry stood up. Come on. I'll buy you a cup of tea, if the elves are still serving. Dumbledore blinked. You'll buy me, I own the school, Harry said, which includes the kitchens, so technically I'm buying myself a cup of tea and you can have one too. He walked toward the door. And then I want to talk to you seriously about the Horcruxes, because I've been putting it off and we can't afford to keep putting it off. Dumbledore followed him out of the room, and as he passed the mirror he didn't look at it, which Harry thought was probably the healthiest thing he'd seen the man do. The holiday break settled over Hogwarts like snow, quiet, transforming, making everything look slightly different from how it had been before. The students who remained were a small, self-selected group, a handful from each house, various reasons, the castle suddenly vast around them and almost relaxingly unpopulated. Harry spent the first 2 days doing almost nothing, which turned out to require active effort. On the third day he gave in and went to the Quidditch pitch alone at 7 in the morning with a school broom and flew for 2 hours in the cold clear air, high enough that the castle was laid out below him like a map, every tower and courtyard visible, the lake frozen at its edges and the grounds white and still. From up here, the shape of the wards was almost visible, not literally, but he could feel their geometry, the way they described the school's perimeter and folded over and through each other in the complex overlapping patterns that Hermione's architectural analysis had mapped. He'd spent an hour with that analysis the previous evening adding his own observations, the things the castle told him from the inside that no external survey could produce. He was starting to understand what Hogwarts was. Not just a school. Not just a building. An ecosystem, a magical ecosystem that had been self-sustaining for 1,000 years, that processed and responded and adapted, that had its own kind of intelligence assembled from the intentions of the 4 people who had built it and 1,000 years of students and teachers who had lived and worked inside it. It had grown around its inhabitants the way forests grew around the things that lived in them, shaped by them, shaping them back. He thought about the 4 founders and what they'd wanted. A place for all magical children, regardless of background. A safe place, properly warded, properly governed. A place of serious learning. They'd built it. And then the world had spent 1,000 years doing what the world did with good things, using them, exploiting them, filling them with politics and power struggles and the predictable messiness of human institutions. Harry brought the broom down slowly, landing on the frozen pitch, and stood in the white morning with his breath clouding and his cheeks numb and thought, I can fix this. Not perfectly, not immediately, not alone. But I can actually fix this. That was, he realized, the first time he'd thought it in exactly those terms. Not I can manage this or I can keep this stable, but fix it. Build toward something. The founders had had a vision and it had gotten buried under centuries of institutional sediment and it was still there, in the stone, in the compact, in the wards, waiting. He went inside and had breakfast and then went to find Dumbledore, because the Horcrux conversation had been getting more serious since November and it was time to make it a plan. They met in McGonagall's office, which had become the default meeting room for conversations that required both of them and a table. McGonagall was there too. Harry had started including her in most strategic conversations, partly because she was excellent and partly because he disliked the model of decisions made in small rooms by small groups of people with the rest of the institution managed around them. The people responsible for the outcome should be in the room when decisions were made. Dumbledore laid out what he knew about the Horcruxes. He did it with the directness they'd established over 3 months of Tuesday conversations. Not everything, Harry suspected, was said, because Dumbledore was constitutionally unable to be entirely without strategy, but significantly more than he'd have said a year ago. He'd been researching since before Harry's birth, he said. He had strong theories about several of the objects. A diary, once belonging to Tom Riddle himself, almost certainly still existing, current location unknown. A ring, possibly connected to the Gaunt family line. A locket with a connection to Slytherin's heritage. A cup, possibly Hufflepuff's. Something connected to Ravenclaw. And the snake, Nagini, who traveled with Voldemort's wraith form. And one other thing. He said it carefully. There is a possibility, not confirmed, not fully understood, that the events of Godric's Hollow created an additional anchor. Unintentional. Voldemort's soul was so unstable by that point that the rebounding curse may have caused a fragment to, affix, to the nearest living thing. The room was very quiet. Harry said. I believe so, Dumbledore said. I have believed so for some time. I do not know the full implications. I do not know whether the protection your mother placed on you complicates it or resolves it. He paused. I am telling you this now because you asked me to tell you everything, and this is everything. Harry sat with it. McGonagall made no sound, which was its own kind of response. He thought about the night on the 3rd floor. The way Voldemort had attempted to find a host and the castle had provided no purchase for him. He thought about Dumbledore's original plan, the one where Harry was a piece, a sacrifice, the boy who had to die to kill the Horcrux inside him. He thought about how neatly that story had been arranged and how completely he was refusing it. If there's a soul fragment in me, Harry said, it's there without my consent and against my nature and I want it out. He looked at Dumbledore. There must be a way to remove it without killing the host. The research on soul magic is extremely limited, Dumbledore said. It is possible that, find the research, Harry said. Everything there is. I want Hermione working on it, she's already the best researcher in the school, and I want access to the Hogwarts restricted archive, the full one, the one that isn't available to students or most staff. He looked at McGonagall. There's an archive of Founders-era magical research that wasn't catalogued with the rest of the library's holdings. I found a reference to it in the architectural history. It's behind the tapestry on the 4th floor, East Corridor. McGonagall blinked. How do you know that? The castle showed me, Harry said. It's been trying to show me for about 3 weeks, I just worked out what it was last Tuesday. He paused. Hermione is going to need a very large table. Dumbledore was looking at him with the expression that had replaced his original careful management, something more open, more genuine, the look of someone who had been surprised out of their conclusions about another person and hadn't gone back to them. You are approaching this as a solvable problem, he said. Everything is a solvable problem until you prove otherwise, Harry said. And we haven't tried yet. He looked at them both. We're not going to let this be the story where I die because the adults decided it was necessary and didn't think to look for another way. We're going to look for every other way first. McGonagall said quietly, agreed. Dumbledore said, yes, and this time there was no strategy in it, just agreement. Just the word. 3 days at the Burrow. He'd been told about it but nothing quite prepared him for the actual experience. The house was everything it sounded like, too small for the people living in it, obviously held together by magic and habit rather than conventional architecture, warm in every sense of the word. It smelled of cooking and Christmas and the specific smell of a home that had been actively lived in for decades. Molly Weasley met him at the door with the expression of someone who had been told a great deal about him by at least 3 of her children and had formed strong opinions and was currently reassessing them with the directness of someone who didn't do reassessments halfway. She was shorter than he'd expected and had a presence that filled the doorway completely. "Harry Potter," she said. Not gasped, not awed, assessed. Then something in her face decided something. "Come in. Are you hungry?" "Of course you're hungry. Ron, show him where to put his things." She fed him 4 meals in 3 days, each of which was extraordinary, and asked him questions at dinner with the particular skill of someone who was actually listening to the answers. Not about his title or the compact or the ministry hearing, about classes, about what he liked, about whether he'd tried Quidditch professionally yet, about his friends. She called him Harry within the first hour, which he noticed. Arthur Weasley was the most genuinely delighted person Harry had ever met, and his delight was specifically about everything: his collection of Muggle objects, the fact that Harry could explain what a telephone did, the concept of the Herald, the castle's ward architecture when Harry tried to describe it. He listened with his whole body and asked follow-up questions that were always more specific than you expected. "Your father," Arthur said, on the second evening, when the others had drifted from the table and it was just the 2 of them with the remnants of dinner and a pot of tea. "James Potter was a good man. He was also a complicated young man, before he became a good one. Your mother had a lot to do with that." He looked at Harry over his mug. "I didn't know him well, different years, different circles. But I knew of him. The way you know of people who are brilliant and difficult and become something worth knowing after they've been difficult first." He smiled. "You don't seem to be going through the difficult part first." "I might be going through it all simultaneously," Harry said. Arthur laughed, a real laugh, surprised out of him. "That might be right," he said. "That might be exactly right." On the last evening, after dinner, all 7 of them, Harry, Ron, the twins, Percy who had returned for the holiday, and Ginny, who had watched Harry with large eyes for 2 days before abruptly deciding he was acceptable and proceeding to talk to him about Quidditch with comprehensive technical expertise, sat around the Weasley living room in the firelight. Someone had put on music. Fred and George were engaged in a card game that was definitely not Snap and probably wasn't entirely legal. Percy was reading. Ginny and Ron were arguing in the relaxed way of people who had been arguing for years and were more comfortable with each other in conflict than most families were in agreement. Harry sat in the corner of the sofa and felt the warmth of it settle around him. This was a family. A specific, particular, complicated, wonderful family that existed in a house that was too small and made too much noise and was full of people who were genuinely invested in each other in a way that he'd been reading about in books his whole life without knowing it was real. He felt the absence of his own, not as grief, exactly, or not only as grief. As a space. The shape of something that should have been there. But around the space was this, and this was real and present and freely given, which was not a replacement and was also, in its own right, enough. "All right?" Ron said, from across the room, noticing something in Harry's expression. "Yeah," Harry said. "Better than." Ron gave him a look that said he understood more than the words and was choosing not to make it a thing, which was one of Ron's best qualities and one Harry was increasingly grateful for. "Good," Ron said, and turned back to the argument with Ginny. Harry returned to Hogwarts on the 28th of December, and the castle recognized him before the carriages were through the gate. He felt the wards shift and settle, the ambient presence brightening like something that had been waiting and was satisfied. He went to his room, unpacked, and sat on his bed for a moment. Then he took out parchment and began to write. It was a letter to every Board of Governors member, all 7, including Malfoy, because excluding him would be pointed and Harry preferred directness. The letter outlined, in precise and measured terms, his plans for the spring term, 3 curriculum reviews he was implementing with specific reasoning for each, 2 new staff positions he was creating to support the student welfare program, the formal publication of the school's financial accounts which had not been publicly available in 23 years, and an invitation to each governor to visit the school for a half-day tour to be arranged at their convenience. He sent the letter to Malfoy last, with a separate cover note. Mr. Malfoy, I know you're planning your next move. So am I. I'd rather we found a way to be useful to each other than spend the next 7 years in opposition. If you want that conversation, you know where I am. HP. He didn't expect Malfoy to take it. But he wanted the offer made, because you never knew what a person's actual limits were until you pushed carefully against them, and Lucius Malfoy was intelligent enough to recognize when a fight was going to cost more than it was worth if it went on long enough. He also, before he went to sleep, spent 20 minutes in quiet conversation with the castle. Not about anything specific, he'd learned to do this regularly, the way you check in with someone who was always there, not because you needed something but because the relationship existed and deserved maintenance. He told it what he'd been doing. What he was thinking. What he intended. The castle listened in the way it always listened, warm, vast, patient, present. It had waited 300 years. It would wait for whatever came next. January arrived and the school filled up again, and the spring term had the particular energy of a term that knew where it was going, OWL. Years buckled down, first years lost some of their autumn uncertainty and became more themselves, the social structures of the houses that had been provisional in September became something more settled and specific. Harry arrived at it with his clearest head since September. The Horcrux research was ongoing. Hermione had found the Founder's archive behind the 4th-floor tapestry and was proceeding through it with the systematic efficiency of someone for whom 600 years of unread magical research was less an overwhelming project and more the best possible gift. She'd already found 3 things she considered immediately relevant and had summarized them for Harry in a document that was thorough enough to be an academic paper. One of those things was about soul magic. Specifically, about a branch of soul magic developed by Rowena Ravenclaw herself, theoretical, never apparently applied, describing a method of extracting a soul fragment from a living host without destroying the host or the fragment, instead, and this was the part Harry read 3 times, using the host's own magical core as a kind of immune system, activated and directed against the fragment until it was expelled. The host would have to be aware of the fragment, Hermione had written in her summary note. And willing to expel it. And the process requires a significant magical event as a catalyst, something that produces a large, directed release of magical energy. Harry had looked at that last line and thought about the night on the 3rd floor. About the castle's ward pulse. About the ring on his finger and what it meant about his connection to the castle's magic. He'd made a note and put it aside. Not yet. The fragment, if it was there, was currently dormant. It had shown no signs of activity since the 3rd floor night, and Hermione's research suggested a dormant fragment was not an immediate threat. He'd deal with it deliberately, not urgently, and Ravenclaw's method gave him a pathway that didn't require anyone to die. He was not going to need to die. He'd decided that, and he'd decided it the way he made other decisions, not with bravado, not as performance, but as a simple, clear refusal of a premise that he hadn't agreed to. February brought the first visit from a Board of Governors member. Not Malfoy. Governor Amelia Bones, a solid, direct witch who ran the Department of Magical Law Enforcement with the energy of someone who had no patience for inefficiency, arrived on a Wednesday afternoon and walked the school with Harry and McGonagall for 3 hours. She asked specific questions, looked at the financial documents Harry had released with the attention of someone who read financial documents regularly, sat in on part of a transfiguration lesson, and had tea with 4 students from different houses, not selected by Harry, just whoever was in the common room at the time. When she left she shook Harry's hand with the grip of someone who had decided something. "I'll be submitting a formal endorsement of the compact registration to the Wisengamot," she said. "In my capacity as a governor and separately in my capacity as head of law enforcement." "Thank you, Governor," Harry said. "Don't thank me," she said. "I'm doing my job." "What you're doing here," she looked at the castle. This is what it was supposed to be. Someone needed to remember that. She left. Harry stood at the front door watching her go and felt, quietly and genuinely, like something was building. Not finished, nowhere near finished, but building with solid foundations and good materials and the particular quality of things made carefully enough to last. March. Dumbledore knocked on the door of Harry's small administrative office on a Tuesday evening, which was unusual because their meetings were always in McGonagall's office. He was carrying a pensieve. "I've been gathering memories," he said, setting it on the desk. Tom Riddle, at various stages. His time here as a student. Conversations I've had. Things I've seen. He looked at the basin. "I thought you should see them. Understand who you're dealing with, not the monster he became, but the boy he was, which is the part that matters for understanding the part that can be changed." Harry looked at the pensieve. "Whenever you're ready," Dumbledore said. "There's no urgency. The Horcruxes will take years to find safely. The immediate threat is dormant." He paused. "But understanding him, really understanding him, will matter when you have to face him again. Not as an enemy to be defeated simply, but as someone who made choices, beginning from a particular starting point, and that the choices were both his own fault and a consequence of a world that failed him comprehensively." Harry looked at him. "You feel sorry for him." "I feel sorry for what he was before he became what he is," Dumbledore said. "I feel no confusion about the necessity of stopping him. Both things are true." Harry nodded slowly. "Saturday," he said. "I'll look at them Saturday." He paused. "Thank you for bringing them to me." "I should have done this years ago," Dumbledore said simply. "In a world where your childhood was what it should have been, I would have." He set the pensieve on the desk and left quietly. Harry sat alone in the small office with the stone basin full of silver memory and thought about Tom Riddle, who had grown up alone and unwanted and had made of that origin something monstrous, and about himself, who had grown up alone and unwanted and had made of that origin something else. Something still in progress. Something he was building carefully and with intention. The difference was choice. He knew that. But choice didn't exist in a vacuum, it existed in a context, and part of what he was doing, what he'd been doing since September, was changing the context. Making this school a place where the Tom Riddles that came through it found what they needed, and the shape of what they needed was not to be made into weapons or sacrifices or useful pieces in anyone's larger game. The shape of what they needed was simply to be known. To matter. To be here. April. The Quidditch season. Harry caught the snitch in his first match in 37 seconds, which created a minor administrative problem because the other team hadn't had a single turn with the quaffle and felt hard done by. He was sympathetic about this, but also 37 seconds was 37 seconds and he'd seen it and gone for it, and that was what Seekers did. The stands had been fuller than any Gryffindor match in years, students from all four houses turning out partly for Quidditch and partly, Harry suspected, because watching him play had become a thing people did. He was aware of this and found it mildly uncomfortable and completely unable to do anything about except play well, which he intended to do regardless. Ron, watching from the stands, had thrown his hat in the air. In the air, between the two goal hoops, 37 seconds into the best match of his life, Harry had felt the castle beneath him and the sky above him and the ring warm on his finger and the snitch small and golden in his closing hand, and he had thought, with complete clarity and no performance attached to it, "This is mine. This school, this sky, this moment. Not as ownership. As belonging." He landed. The stands erupted. He grinned, not for the crowd, just because he couldn't help it. The last week of May. Harry sat in the headmistress's office, McGonagall's office, his own school's administrative center, across from Albus Dumbledore, and they were not discussing the compact or the Horcruxes or the Ministry or Lucius Malfoy or any of the things that had filled the year with weight. They were discussing the defense against the dark arts position, which had been filled for the spring term by a retired Auror named Cassius Thorne who was excellent and had agreed, to everyone's relief, to stay for the following year as well. They were, additionally, discussing the second-year curriculum, because Harry had reviewed the first-year curriculum assessments and found 3 places where the sequencing could be improved, and Flitwick had enthusiastic opinions about this, and Sprout had practical ones, and the conversation had been happening across several meetings and was nearly resolved. Ordinary things. Administrative things. The work of running a school. Between the ordinary things, Dumbledore said quietly, "You've changed this place." Harry looked up from the curriculum notes. "We're still working on it." "No," Dumbledore said. "I mean, yes, there is more work to do. There is always more work to do. But this year," he looked at the office, the room that had been his for 30 years and was now someone else's and was, by the evidence available to him, being used better than it had been. "This place feels like what it was meant to feel like. For the first time in a long time." Harry thought about the night on the 3rd floor, and the ward pulse, and the feeling of the castle settling. About the first-year students arriving on boats in September and seeing the towers lit up and feeling what he'd felt. About Neville standing a little straighter every month, and Hermione finding the archive, and Ron throwing his hat in the air, and Luna writing things that needed to be written in a voice that cut through noise. "It's not me," Harry said. "It's everyone." "No," Dumbledore said. "People needed permission. Permission to be what they were, to do what they were capable of. You gave that." He paused. "That is also a form of doing." Harry sat with that for a moment. Outside the window, the grounds were deep in late spring green, the lake flashing in afternoon sun, students scattered across the lawns with books and games and the particular relaxed freedom of the last weeks of term. From up here you could see the Quidditch pitch, the greenhouses, the edge of the forest. The whole scope of the place. His place. He felt the ring on his finger and the castle in his blood and thought about September 1st and the boy on the boat watching towers lit against the dark and feeling known before he crossed the threshold. He thought about Godric Gryffindor building something made to last, putting into its foundations the intention that the person who came after would find it and take care of it and make it mean what it was supposed to mean. 900 years between them, and the message had arrived perfectly. "There's something I want to do next year," Harry said. "After the first Horcrux is found, and Hermione's close, she thinks she knows where the diary is. I want to start a formal Founders Studies class. Not history exactly, not the version we have, which is half mythology. The actual study of what they built and why and what it still means." He looked at Dumbledore. "Will you teach it?" Dumbledore looked at him with an expression that moved slowly through several things before settling on something quiet and real. "I would be honored," he said. "I want students from all 4 houses mixed in the class," Harry said. "No house divisions. 1st through 7th years together, so the older students are teaching the younger ones whether they mean to or not." He paused. "The founders built this for all of them. They should all know that." Dumbledore nodded. Slowly, but completely. Outside, someone on the lawn laughed, bright, genuine, uncomplicated. The sound carried up through the open window and dissolved into the afternoon. Harry looked at the ring one more time. Then he picked up his parchment and kept working. The school hummed around him, warm and present and entirely awake, its 1,000 years of patience finally, fully, at rest. "There you are," it said, in no language at all. "I know," Harry thought. "I'm not going anywhere."